Oh well, look at this, I'm on time. Hello, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. Host Sean Tyler, more Umineko, as you can tell by the title. Am I ready for Beatrice? No. I am not ready for the GWB. I am not. But, as the title says, I vow to destroy her, and I'm gonna kick her. I'm gonna kick her ass. I'm gonna beat the ever living hell out of her, and then I'll solve her little riddle. But first, I'm getting a. All it takes is one shot, Logan Paul style. Turn on the desktop audio so you have to listen to this opening as well. So let's say I've listened to it about like 4 times at this point. Let me. Okay, I'll look at that later. Somebody sent me an Instagram message of a meme. Hit here, announcements at. Okay, everyone. No. Alright, good enough. Now, with the seagulls in the background, I know the direct translation of the game is when the seagulls cry or whatever, but should I just sit here for the full opening while I try and collect my thoughts real quick? What was I gonna, what? Hold on. Alright, maybe I do remember what I was gonna talk about. Or maybe. So, I don't understand why they're showing me this image and having, like, ocean and seagull sounds in the background. And I understand that the accurate translation for this game title is when the seagull is Umineko, when the seagulls, like, eat my ass or something. But I like, they can do that later. I'm busy hyper focused on literally destroying the premise of society. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. I literally don't remember anything they were talking about before this other than, oh hey, Maria can put a soul into a stuffed animal lion. I think. Hold on. I'm like, I don't know, but I'm already about to fall asleep just from being here. Because this game is so bright. Oh, that got brighter. Alright, so that's just how bright the game actually is. Alright, that's kind of stupid. I didn't grab the fucking notebook. I thought I was all prepared. Hold on. You get to listen to Far. You know, we always gotta draw the line. Alright, there we go. Throw that down. Pen flipped on it. Now, I should be ready. Alright. It isn't hard to give birth to any number of soulless beings. However, giving birth to a being with a soul is very difficult. You can literally ask any mom known to man, and I guess there's your answer. Okay, can the seagulls just eat my ass now so I can just not do this anymore? This is what GWB asserted. I still don't feel like saying her name that much. Why are you talking in third person? People are supposed to die, right? This is that game. This is the game where literally I was scared because a kid stopped talking and just stared into space. But now we're busy talking about putting life into a stuffed animal. Alright, if I'm willing to, make a graph to show episode quality. Preferred bar graph, but can be line graph. Still proving my theory that Maria is the queen of scuffed England. Because why else would her mom knit her that muffler? Her mom is canon Queen Elizabeth, who just recently died. I'm already tired of her. I'm already tired of it. Hold on, what do you mean by materialize? Don't you Pinocchio him. Don't make him a real boy. I swear to God, if Sakutaro becomes another character that I have to explain. Don't do it. I already dislike you, but I'm going to get to nuclear level heat. You will have X-Pac heat in the form of go away. If you're gonna do it, just do it. Just GWB crossed her arms and thought about what she could do to please them even more. Just do it. As the self-certified representative of the United States of America, I vote we secede Virginia from our United States because of this bitch. I swear I can't. If we're gonna have her pop up, just throw Renova into the mix, and then we'll be having a fun time. Then, right there, was the form of yet another witch. It was teacher. Virginia truly was a great witch. Since Maria already thought of GWB as a great witch, this person, GWB, called the Great Witch must have been a great witch. According to, okay, why do we have to say her name every single line that pops up? I can understand who we're talking about. You know what, fine. It already makes me want to say, it already is trying to make me say her name. Already. We're 13 minutes in, and I already have to say her name because I'm tired of saying GWB. According to Beto, you know what? No, according to Bitcho. There you go. Fun name. Okay. Future Sean / editor. When you make the best of for Umineko, put a counter how many times I called any of the witches a bitch. It's gotta be in the double digits. It might get to triple. Actually, I have to. Any that made it into videos, because I'm not watching 6 hours worth of content every time. Because that's like, what? Hold on. Quick maths through my calculator, because I'm not doing that in my head. I need the brain power. That's 78 hours of content to go through if I do that. So you know what? Never mind. Don't make that counter, because it's going to literally kill your mind. According to Beto, she still didn't even rise up to this witch's feet when it came to magical power. You know what? At this point, I'd rather have the witch be Ava. At least then I understood her personality. Sakutaro fell to Maria's lap, greeting Virginia with half of his face poking out over the edge of the table. It seemed he was very nervous, since this was a witch that even Beto called teacher. She's like a grandma. After waving her hands about, Virginia held the palm of her hand upwards as though she was lightly grabbing at the empty air. And here we go, switching out magic candy Then she held her fist out in front of Sakutaro. When she opened her fist, there was one of those individually wrapped cough drops. Again, literally a grandma. A hard candy. Oh wow, the candy makes my sinuses clear. Even though Virginia was a great witch, she still treated a stuffed animal like Sakutaro to an elegant greeting. I'm going to tell you right now, don't take my jokes. This is the second time. You do it again, I will find you in real life. And I don't mean the character, I mean the voice actor. I will find you. And shake your hand, because you made the character that pisses me off the most. And I have consumed countless forms of media and have hated many characters, but this one takes the damn cake. Just do it. Just get it out of the way. Run, that's what's happening. You need to get the hell out of here. She's gonna do some wild shit. You need to run. Beto borrowed the grimoire from Maria's handbag and majestically flipped through the pages. While this is here, I'm going to explain to you how much media I have consumed with just anime and manga alone. Because there's more out there. Because wrestling, there's actual TV shows, there's books. But through anime and manga alone, episodes of anime that I've watched, 2,762. Chapters in manga that I've read, 3,979. In fact, let's go to completed for each. 32 completed manga. 125 watched shows. And not a single one made me despise a character as much as this. Keep that in mind. Because there is some hell, even in American like movies and stuff, I have not despised a character as much as this. Actually. Then she found an empty page among those with magic circles drawn on them and flattened it out. After gazing at Sakutaro with a grin, she suddenly started moving her pen. It was something like a written declaration made by witches to a high-order world. It was magic whose effect could be controlled that Beatrice wrote and Virginia signed. Maria didn't understand what Beto was writing at first, but partway through, she figured out the wonderful magical power of this document, and her eyes began to sparkle. Sakutaro was on her lap, so he didn't know what was being written on the table. I tried to think of a funny bit, but I couldn't think of a good one, so we continue. But even if he had seen, Sakutaro probably wouldn't have understood. Was she writing like the Declaration of Independence over here? You literally just wrote stuff. After finishing her writing with an intense amount of concentration, Beetle looked over the document again from a distance. So wait. How... You wrote something down and that's supposed to be magic? Okay, sure. I guess this notebook and everything in my house that I have written down is it's just spewing energy. It seems she was fairly satisfied with her work. And Maria, who was also let out a cry of wonder. Her child! Huh? Child! What are you, like Rohan, writing things into people's lives? That's not how that works, Chief. Virginia signed, completing the written declaration. It was a document with the power to proclaim to the beings of a higher world that Sakutaro most certainly materialized in the human world. She literally wrote a Declaration of Independence. Sakutaro is now independent from a stuffed animal. Is that what I'm about to see? Sakutaro, who had been born from Maria, was nominated by the two witches Beatrice and Virginia, and just now his existence had been acknowledged by the higher world. That itself was the great magic of materialization. So wait, all the stuffed animals I had down here at one point as the council, were they all this? Could I just write down a special document, show God, and be like, "Yo, make these humans"? Because I'm assuming it's not gonna be. You know what? It might actually be a lion. They might throw a lion at me, an actual lion that can speak. That wouldn't surprise me at this point. You know how sick it'd be to have like actual Pokemon? You know what? I hope that it doesn't become a human. I hope it becomes a lion, so then I have the thought I could have like a Gengar following me around, an Eevee, a Pikachu. That'd be dope. According to Beto, it was apparently quite fortunate that Virginia was there. After all, depending on the number and quality of witches that signed proclamations to the higher world, the power that resided in them could change drastically. Virginia, in particular, had many friends in that higher plane, so her signature gave the proclamation a power with which Beto's couldn't even compare. Yeah, there's bad experiences with egos, so let's not inflate it. Let's keep it like down on the ground, so then they don't become like CM Punk and just start fighting people. I hope that Mariage Saucier is in the grimoire, because I don't know what that means. Oh, with the grimoire still open to the page with the proclamation, she turned around and handed it to Maria. I again only have water, because at this point, me going insane is good content. So, me drowning my problems with liquor will not have me have good content. Maria showed it to Sakutaro on her lap. When Sakutaro beheld that proclamation, He felt something hot and bright begin to dwell in his body made of cloth and cotton. Oh. Okay, that could mean something very different from what I think they mean. I think they mean he just started, like, gaining blood or something, but that could also mean a penis. Let's be frank. Even as he looked around nervous at this sensation he'd never felt before, that power strengthened. And eventually, a bright light completely swallowed him up. This might be the last look I get of this stuffed animal. I'm going to take it in. In fact, in case I don't get any thumbnail images, there you go. But also, I'm going to take it in real quick. Come on, actual lion that mauls every single person on this island. What the fuck? Please tell me those aren't actual ears. Why is his coat so long? I have problems with this character design. And I can't state what. First of all, the scarf got bigger. Somehow. I have many questions that will not get answered. I have many questions that will not get answered about this. 1, multicolored hair. Okay, I get it. Lion, mane. That's explainable. 2, wouldn't the clothes be proportional to his body? Because when he was a stuffed animal, his skin wasn't sagging down like 5 feet. In theory, these clothes were his skin. So why are they sagging now? And how did the scarf grow 5 sizes when it fit around his neck perfectly fine? You immediately deny science as soon as you appeared. Like, maybe I can accept that you just appeared, but when you start denying science by having shit grow, that ain't gonna happen, Chief. You need to get back. You know what? This is like Bleach. I'm gonna hit him with a special glove with a skull on it. I'm gonna pop his capsule out and stuff it back in Cone's mouth. Not this loud ass music again. The light. There, Maria's friend Sakutaro held a new form and existed. So he didn't exist before. What? Weren't they all talking about he was materialized already? He just will grow stronger in materialization? We're gonna get into like a lot of scientific talk here. What does it mean to exist? Philosophical talk. That's right. What does it mean to exist? In fact, I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna look up what existence means. This is the philosophical stream. So, imagine me by a fire, smoking a pipe. The fact or state of living or having objective reality. Okay. Well, I guess that means he wasn't in reality until now. I guess. Checks out. Your math is right there, Beatrice. I hate to say it, but your math is right on that one. Technically, he was not. He was just like a magic soul thing So he didn't really exist in the reality because you couldn't see him. Or he didn't really exist because it was just the belief. But now he does, because now he's a physical thing that exists and influences things on his own. So I guess I don't fucking know. I don't. He looks like he's about to cry, and I want him to because I hit him in the fucking nose. And I know I didn't address this yet, but why are you, Ozzy, why are you so excited about this damn character? Beatrice being a pedophile. Is he technically a Neko, or is that only reserved for, like, cat girls? Is he a cat guy? Are there cat guys? Is he the first? Catboy. I know. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, because it's called imagination. I am rooted in science, not imagination. Get clothes that fit you. It still doesn't make sense. Wasn't that your skin? Why doesn't it not fit now? Before you show an appearance, is he in the character now? Yeah, right there. Beloved furniture of Lady Maria what? Beloved furniture of Lady Maria, witch of Mariage Sorcier. His existence is Lady Maria's pure white heart itself. He is an irreplaceable being to her and could even be said to be another Lady Maria. He holds a decoration as a diplomat. And all witches, weapons, and furniture in the Alliance, and even demons and divine spirits in contract with the Alliance, are not permitted to take aim at him. This thing is your diplomat. If you were in a war, you'd send this. I'm sorry, but I'm committing a war crime. I just went over here because what if something new happened? Same with this. What if all of a sudden Sakutaro was just kind of sitting in there? You're just kind of chilling. That'd be a little crazy, but now let me check the tips. What the fucking peanuts? Alright, show me the outfits. When Biro waved the pipe that was her cane, many gold butterflies that appeared out of nowhere grouped around Maria, giving her a wonderful dress. The Witch of Origins, who will live for the next 1,000 years, possesses the motherly magical power to give birth to one from the Sea of Zero. Alright, calm down there, Bray Wyatt, with your cryptic talk. At a glance, her magical power is weak. However, Zero will never become anything but Zero, no matter how it is multiplied. But the one she gave birth to will eventually surpass the heavens. Protected heavily by Beatrice, who understands her true value, she is in an alliance with Beatrice. Wait, you just said... Wait. This just essentially said, Maria's terrible, but Sakutaro, however, he is gonna go straight to the moon. No. Alright. It certainly was fitting for the girl who would eventually take the name of the Witch of Origins, combining both cuteness and dignity. I wouldn't call that cute. I think the little bow sash she got there is kind of terrible. I think one bow is enough, let alone 4 of them bitches. Why does everyone have that staff? Why can't they get a pipe like Beatrice? I want to see somebody with their cane being a fucking bong. I've seen... Okay, then I guess your value is pretty low, because I've seen you in a dress this whole time. I'm gonna let it run if it switches. Is it gonna... It's not switching. Alright. I know as soon as I'm gonna read this, it's gonna switch. Then the Great Witch. The witch is a... Didn't I tell you as soon as I start reading it, it was gonna switch? Beatrice is smoking Gorilla Glue in her pipe. Well, he can pass some off to this kid. Like, it looks like she needs it. Then, the Great Witch, the Witch's apprentice, and their new friend Sakutaro enjoyed a lively tea party. I forgot Ange was supposed to be here until now. If this is what being happy is about, it's not going to be with Beatrice. I'll take Virginia, because at least Virginia was nice for a little bit. And then she was just like, you know what? I'll help you, student. At least she helped me out for a little bit. I can forgive her going with Beatrice for now. Other than that, she's perfectly fine. If we eliminate Mrs. B from the equation, I'll be perfectly fine. We got some backstory. So what you're telling me is I can't trust Ange because she was a witch. The World, 12 years later, October 1998.
とある大富豪の遺品である蔵書が大量に競売にかけられていて、その一部に民族学的にも考古学的にも、あるいはオカルト的な
I would like to purchase all the books. How do I enter into such auction? Time travel.
87年、六軒島での事件の半年後。
さようです。それらの蔵書は六軒島での難を逃れたものと説明されていました。それを
Well, I mean, they're
島の
books.
所有者である後宮エバ氏が競売に出したというの。
Why wouldn't they escape the disaster? You know something, man? This was apparently a high-class restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting across from Ange in a secluded and quiet seat. Amaxa could be seen by the entrance. He's probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumadera family. The scholarly man across from Anne spoke politely but with enthusiasm. He didn't lay a finger on the food in front of him, so you could tell how excited he was as he spoke fervently. He was a professor at a certain college and particularly well known as Western folklore. However, among his life works, that was only a convenient exterior. His true life work was the study of occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and everything else to do with the occult, as well as demonology. Okay, so he's the type of person that they would call onto a ghost hunting show to be like, yo, you know about demons. How is this house haunted? Does it seem haunted to you? What the fuck going on in here? And he's standing there going, yes, it's very haunted. Yes, I sense there's a high-level demon here. When the family only heard something like this, and it was something literally just falling because there was like a miniature earthquake. I didn't read that, did I? In short, he was the person in the best position to understand the details of Kinzo's research. April 1987. A major city antique shop obtained a large quantity of ancient documents that were thought to have a high historical value. They were entrusted with them by Ushiromiya Eva, who wanted them to be sold at auction. At the time, it was thought that Eva would succeed the Ushiromiya family and have all the wealth to herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, not even half a year had passed since the accident, and the others had not been missing long enough to be presumed dead, even under extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva had supposedly been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect on her family's life insurance. It seems she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in the place where she'd escaped harm in Kuadorian were used for this purpose. These old books, which would eventually be called the Ushiromiya Library, were later gathered from antique shops by authorities in the field so that they could be appraised, and those authorities were astounded. Mr. Authority Man, can you explain to us why you're so surprised by his book collection? Yeah, I'm really surprised because he had like 20 copies of the Necronomicon. We don't know why, but it's the exact same copy of the Necronomicon. But when we started looking at all the other books, it was just the Necronomicon again, but he posted some weird covers on them. So we don't understand how he had this many in the first place, because there's only like 100,000 produced, but we have 100,000 here. And I can tell you right now, I own a Necronomicon. I feel like I know about the Dead Sea Scrolls. The many dreams of the occult, such as those represented by alchemy, always stirred an intense fascination. Dilettantes. taking a peek. Oh, not what I was thinking. I was thinking of the book that's like open to a page of a demon and nobody touches it because it's so old, but it's just open to the demon page. There's moments where it's like, I want to know what the hell is in that book. Because again, it's literally just open to a page that features a demon. In fact, I'm going to see if I can find it. The Codex Gigas? The Devil's Bible. Yeah, because it has a full-page portrait of Satan and the legend surrounding its full-page portrait of Satan. Yeah, I forgot about the legend involved with it, but the legend involved with it is that a monk was going to get walled up alive, which is a thing they used to do back in the day for punishment. They would put you in a wall. They'd literally put you in a wall, and then you would die because you're in a wall. But he was like, you know what? I'm going to write a book in one night that's going to praise this monastery and contain all human knowledge. And apparently that night he realized he couldn't finish it, so he prayed to Lucifer to help him finish the book. Again, I want to know what's fully written in it, because it's only on display and I don't think anybody touches it. It's on display only to the page of the Satan portrait. It is whispered that many magic books of great historical value, currently unknown to the public, might be in the secret possession of extremely wealthy lovers of the occult. It is crazy. In fact, I can go back to it and see what it says, because I was on the Wikipedia page. The first page has 2 Hebrew alphabets. There are also added slips with early Cyrillic and Glagolitic alphabets. About half of the codex consists of the entire Latin Bible, except for the books of Acts and Revelation, which are from a pre-Vulgate version. The 2 works by Josephus that continue the history of the Jews. Apart from the Hebrew alphabet, the book is entirely written in Latin. But illustration of the devil. Folio 29D recto. So I'm assuming that's the 290th page that's on the right. Otherwise empty includes a picture of the devil about 50 centimeters tall. Directly opposite the devil is a full-page depiction of the kingdom of heaven, thus juxtaposing contrasting images of good and evil. Devil is shown frontally, crouching with arms uplifted in a dynamic posture. He is clothed in a white loincloth with small comma-shaped red dashes. These dashes have been interpreted as the tails of ermine furs of common symbol of sovereignty. He has no tail, and his body, arms, and legs are of a normal human proportion. His hands and feet end with only 4 fingers and toes each, terminating in large claws. Both his claws and large horns are red. I will pop an image on screen when I edit this video. But yeah, it's actually insane. Items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes, are said to be prime examples of this. It is said that approximately 5,000 pages of these notebooks currently exist and that over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of the lost portion, I can't read tonight, may be monopolized by certain enthusiasts and members of the extremely rich. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away in unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushiromiya Kinzo was himself one of these dilettantes. No one knows what Kinzo went through to obtain those, but there can be no mistake that he used his vast wealth freely, buying them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. Those books, which were so valuable that enthusiasts could never satisfy their desire to hoard them away, were discovered in large numbers at the end of the 20th century, and their release to the public had given the entire world a massive shock.
この一件により六軒島の名は全世界に知れ渡ることになります。
What I really want to know, I may talk about what I want to know what's in that book, but there is one thing that I do want to know 100%, is what the hell is in the vault of the Vatican. All those documents down there, and nobody's allowed to really view them at any point. I want to know what's down there. People believe that it proves the existence of God, or it proves the existence of aliens or something. But there's stuff down there they do not want you to see, and I want to know what's down there. It might just be basic shit like, oh hey, this Pope wasn't really the Pope at the time, but he was the Pope that we made at the time. It could be something like that, but it could be something way crazier.
そして同時に六軒島の事故によって未発見のさらに価値ある蔵書が大量に失われた可能性が高いことも全世界に衝撃を与えました。これにより六軒島と後宮蔵書の名は我々にとって生涯忘れないものとなったのです。
Our memories. That are probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo. Because of that incident, the name of Rakanjima had taken on a vital meaning in the world of the occult. If I was a museum, I would spend every single dollar of a budget just to get all those books. There certainly had been a lot of reporting about the accident in Rakanjima itself, but not on an intentional level. However, this one part had spread across the world, taking the image of Rakanjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago and painting it over as a demonic island where riddle, suspicion, mystery, and the occult met. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Eva, Rakanjima had been merely a nameless island that no one could remember, and certainly not the island of a witch. Supposedly, alleged. However, when knowledge of the Ushiromiya library spread all over the planet, Rakanjima's image immediately took on an occult twist. The Pope is an alien infiltrating our society to get a large political following through religion. That's not the worst. That's not the craziest conspiracy theory I've heard of. The craziest conspiracy theory I heard of. I honestly can't think of one. Everything else is just like, okay, sure. You're kind of just crazy. I personally think that he's a lizard man. Which they could be aliens themselves. But I believe the government kills societal leaders. It's been the same Pope since the first one. He just changes his skin suit every now and then. Yeah, he sheds. Here's what I'm saying. The government takes societal leaders, kills them, replaces them with an undying lizard that every time they need to change their appearance, they shed their skin. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, dude, that's just George Washington, but he's got to change his personality around a bit. He can't just be the first president forever. He's got to at least change a personality a little bit. Same with the Pope. When was the first Pope? We're getting too far into history. But now I'm going to look up when the first pope was crowned. Who was the first pope? Peter in 82. Oh, no. St. Peter. But when? So now if I go to Wikipedia of the list of popes, excluding those that are anti-popes. What the fuck are anti-popes? Oh, it's just somebody who's like, oh, I'm the pope, when it's not an elected pope. The first pope is St. Peter, date and place of birth in 1. He was born on the year 1. Apostle of Jesus. Yeah, St. Peter. He received the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And it was Maria who threw the letter. That we established that from the first game, that Maria threw the letter. So, okay, I'm assuming that was the same year. So it wasn't Maria. It was the person who killed everybody. It was Ava. However, later on it was confirmed that a similar message bottle had been recovered from the nearby ocean on the day of the accident by the police in their search for lost articles, and this caused a sensation. Yes, because I didn't know about the second one. Many scraps of paper had been stuffed into both of the wine bottles. It was an extensive notebook written by someone calling themselves Ushiromiya Maria, but who wasn't Maria, and which told of the events starting the day before the accident and up until the day of the accident in a diary-like way. And its contents had been the beginning of the Witch's Legend serial murder incident, as well as the Golden Witch Beatrice's puzzle.
奇妙な日記風式には台風で島に釘付けにされた後宮家の親族たちが魔女復活の儀式に巻き込まれ、次々に不可解な方法で殺されていく様子が記されていました。そして最後に黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがよみがえり、全てを黄金鏡に飲み込む。まるでそれこそが当日の全容で
Yeah, but not everybody died.
また当時の島の状況についても非常に詳しく描写されており、後宮家に勤務したことがある元の使用人たちは間違いなく内部に詳しい人間が書いたに違いないと証言しました。
そのおかしな幻想小説と後宮蔵書以降のオカルトブーム、そして結局は真相は闇の中という3つが合わさり、六軒島の魔女伝説を生み出したと。
さようです。すでに10年以上が経過した事件ですが、未だに世界のオカルトマニアの関心を集めています。いや、むしろ時間を経てますますに神格化されたと言っていい。上陸禁止になっている六軒島に密かに上陸しようというマニアも未だに多いとか、未だ未発見のメッセージボトルがあるのではないか。
And we have to be the first people on that island. Even though it's prohibited, we have to be the one to be on there. And so he had finally remembered that he'd been going on and on for some time. The man took a gulp of water. His potage was getting cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away.
確か漁師のノート編と警察のノート編で内容が全く違うと聞きましたが。
さようです。このせいで六軒島ミステリーはさらに
Don't tell me that they're... Wait.
2つのボトルの中身はどちらも事故前日から当日までを記した日記風の式です。しかしその内容は共に前日から当日を記した内容であり、にもかかわらず内容は全く異なったのです。まるでどちらかが真実でどちらかが虚偽のように、あるいは両方とも虚偽なのかもしれない。しかし始まりと終わりだけは一致するのです。始まりは親族たち18人は台風で島に閉じ込められた。そして終わりは全員が死に黄金の魔女がよみがえる。
Yeah, except this time, not everybody died. Wait. Everyone dies? There hasn't been any Lance Archer, so it's not getting put into the video. It only works if Lance Archer exists. The contents of both message bottles wrote about the events of the day before the accident and the day of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the ways they died, and even the tale of the 2 days were different. However, in both, everyone died in the end, and the witch revived, making for the same general plot.
あの島で何があったのか。唯一の生存者である後宮エバ氏が沈黙していた以上、あの2日間の出来事は全てが闇の中です。この2つの日記はその闇を埋める仮説をこともあろうか2つも提示してみせたのです。どちらの日記でも2日間を説明できる。しかしどちらが正しいのか、あるいは正しいことが含まれているのか。
There's probably some well, we know Schrodinger's cat box. Well, we know that there is some truth in them, but some of it is lying because it says everybody died when Ava was still alive. If it isn't denied, even a mixture of truth and fiction can be the truth. Through the media, these scraps of paper had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end she never broke her silence.
何のためにメッセージボトルを？
事件10周年特集を組んだ雑誌が以前大々的に取り上げたでしょう。あの仮説が今日では最も支持を集めているようです。しかし面白みには欠ける。 あの島であの日
This guy's really talking up a storm about this, huh?
それを考えるのがウィッチハントの醍醐味なのですな。
ウィッチハント。
ああ、ロッケン島ウィッチハントとはこの事件の真相をオカルトの側面から説明しようと試み
Where are they and how do you build the bomb?
後ろ宮蔵書から謎の
Questions unrelated.
そして黄金の魔女の伝説などロッケン島に関わる謎は今でもマニアの間で盛んに議論されているのです。10周年の時にはニューヨークで国際コンベンションも開かれました。私も日本の代表として参加してきましてね。海外の熱心なウィッチハンタ
So
ー
you're one of them.
交流をしてきましたよ。海外では魔女はとても人気のあるカテゴリーでしてね。参加者の年齢幅も下は小学生から上は著名な文化人まで実に幅広い。日本でも近年ようやく
I'm fine with killing kids. You probably don't need any more explanation, but he's one of the most famous Rakujima witch hunters in Japan. Even though I didn't ask anything more, he kept continuing on excitedly all by himself. As I swirled the thin film on my potage with my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Looks like researching about the message bottle really was a waste of time. No, if there's one thing I found, it's that the notebook supposedly written by Maria Onechan was actually written by a different person, faking her name. And that person wrote up an occult legend on their own, put it into the bottle as though it was the truth, and threw it into the sea. I have a question. Why would they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With a message bottle, there'd be no guarantee that it ever passed into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk in the ocean, never to be seen by anyone. And even if someone had picked it up, they might have not cared about it and thrown it away. Well, that's the thing. If you're a fucking killer, why would I hope that somebody picks up that message bottle and knows that people have died on this island? I wouldn't. I'd throw it in the ocean and be like, there, I confessed, God. And then you leave. Guess what? You're going to heaven because you confessed. That's how that works, right? Why would they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea with such an uncertain method? And why would they write up multiple differing tales? If there'd been one message bottle claiming that its story was the truth might be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 days to be the work of a witch, then they really did go one step too far. And because there were two, it suggests that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the two differing contents makes both of them harder and harder to swallow. But despite that, the contents of both matched in that they told of a witch in a tale. So is that the main point the writer wanted to get across to us? It seems to me that the only possible explanation is that someone who wanted to give rise to an illusion of a witch carried out all this crime for their own enjoyment. However, the 17 people other than Aunt Ava lost their lives, and a vast wealth or maybe even 10 tons of gold had moved around secretly in the darkness. It doesn't feel right, for a confession occurring after all that to bring up this illusion of the witch. Even if we ignore the magazine's theories, it's very doubtful that the message bottle really was a diary. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would be able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic that this diary was written slowly over a long period of time up until the day prior to the accident. In that case, would it mean that everything on Rakujima was a planned crime with everything prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is infuriating. She definitely said it on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was her best way of harassing me. Yeah, by now it's painfully obvious. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But thinking of it that way, it's probably doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, that's not because the handwriting on the message bottle was different from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both tales that were discovered, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. If the writer of that diary was the culprit, maybe Aunt Ava was also one of the targets to be killed. Maybe Aunt Ava had survived because something had gone wrong. Because I hated Aunt Ava, I came to believe that she had to be the culprit. While the notebook pages tell of the mysterious incident, they do not tell the truth behind it. In fact, perhaps not even the writer of the notebook knew the truth. Perhaps she may have desired to know, from the credits of the first episode. I do remember reading that, I think. I don't know, it's been a long damn time since I was on the first episode. But the existence of the message bottle makes me suspect that the mastermind is a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. It's 9:11. 9/11? Insert joke if you want to get canceled. I've heard more than enough. It's time. It's time. It's Vader time! As he continued to speak fervently, I suggested that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he'd gotten excited and talked too much, so he quickly accepted this.
今日は本当にありがとうございました。貴重なお話が聞けたと思います。
いえいえ、ウィッチハントの新しい仲間に若いお嬢さんを迎えできて本当に楽しかったです。今日は歌詞を変えてしまったのでお見せできない。
Oh, he has an actual name? Hold on.
資料がいくつもあります。次の機会の時にはぜひそれをお見せしましょう。
Yeah, there he is. A professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the study of Western folklore, also famous as a hobbyist researcher of the Rakanjima witch legend and as one of the witch hunters. The witch hunt is primarily focused on the straining of occult superstitions to explain the truth of the Rakanjima crime rather than doing so scientifically, and its dilettantes and enthusiasts of the mystical primarily view it as a type of mental game.
ありがとう先生。
Yeah, they're mental, alright.
最後に聞いてもいいですか？
はい、何でしょうか。
先生はどうして魔女に、いえ、神秘学や悪魔学に興味を？
それを言われると恥ずかしい。不思議な力が使えたなら意地悪なガキ大将にも負けないのに。という子供の頃の妄想がそのままライフワークになってしまっただけです。未知なる力への憧れというプリミティブな願望は今も昔も普遍的ですからな。
先生はなれるものなら魔女になりたいですか？思うがままに魔法を使ってみたいという夢を今も？
もちろんですとも。この年になりそういうものが実在しないと理屈では分かっていても、それでもなお空を飛んでみたい、鉄靴を黄金に変えてみたいという子供のような夢は忘れられずにいます。
Everyone wants to be a witch.
どうか内密に。
私が実は魔女だと言ったらお信じになります？
女は魔女であるというのが私のささやかな女性経験からの知論。
Married men will agree. Anne snorted at the old professor, who must have been an earnest scholar with barely any experience with women.
そうそう。最後にもう一つだけ質問を。先生はメッセージボトルの実物をご覧になったことは？
ありますとも。
では、その筆跡についてもお詳しいですか？
もちろん。その道の専門家ではありませんが、メッセージボトルの筆跡に関してだけは日本で最も詳しいと自負していますとも。
At that point, Anne set a book on the desk with a thud.
これは
A diary from a specific Maria Ushiromiya.
初めて見るものです。
He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rakanjima, and he looked bewildered at this binding that he hadn't seen before. Ignoring him, Anne silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my beloved witch apprentice," and at the end there was a signature in katakana that said Beatrice.
それは。
And there's a scientific explanation how? The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Ange asked it aloud
この
anyway.
ページに記されている文章の筆跡はメッセージボトルの筆跡と一致しますか？
いや、持ち帰って詳しく調べないことには。失礼だが、この本は一体どこに？
The man stretched out his hand, but Ange pulled it back, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands.
ありがとう。その反応だけで結構です。今日はありがとうございました。これ、お約束の謝礼です。
As she stood up clutching Maria's diary, Ange carelessly tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a strip of paper onto the table. As Ange turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her. But Ange didn't stop walking.
お願いだ。その本は一体。謝礼はいらない。その本を見せてくれ。
私とあなたはウィッチハントの同志だけど、求める深さが違うみたい。あなたが楽しんでるのは猫箱の外側。そして私が知りたいのは猫箱の内側。そしてこの一冊は
Ange wants to insert into the cat box.
あなたには過ぎてるわ。じゃあね。グッバイジェントルメン。Have a nice day.
待ってくれ。スマレラさん。
His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amaxa and gone into the car.
収穫はありましたか？
Yes.
最後の最後にね。
Book Beatrice writ message
メッセ
bottle.
ージボトルを記したのはベアトリーチェ本人だった。
Again, scientific explanation. Where?
魔女は実在するで決着で？
さあね。寝ていい？あのおしゃべり教授。きっと講義では自分の世界に入っちゃって寝ちゃう子続出だと思うわ。
どうぞどうぞお休みを。
しかしうまくいくもんね。
What's gonna happen is,
私のことをスマデラ
sorry, but the Sumaderas paid me more. The Sumadera family. Fucking caps lock turned on. I fucking fat finger this shit. The Sumadera family had set up a web beforehand around any people Ange might try to contact. They had offered a reward to anyone who could take Ushiromiya Ange into custody if she appeared. Ange had foreseen that and had snatched it away. She had called herself Sumadera, and after cleverly tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush, so he didn't need to worry about it if she had taken him outside. So, when the Sumadera family pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there.
家人の話では午前中にスマデラを名乗る若い男女が訪れ、教授を連れ出したきりまだ帰宅しないそうです。裏を書かれた可能性が。
いけない子ね。
Get tricked!
そういう悪知恵、姉さんの血なのかしらね。あんなに名乗るのは嫌だと言ってたスマデラの名を気安く名乗ってくれちゃうなんて。そのうち教授も
I don't trust people who don't show me their eyes.
ソチャでも振る舞わないとね。
了解しました。
私を手玉に取ったつもりかしら。やんちゃな子なんだから。
With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used it before. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Ange, with your name entered a mariage sorcier, weren't you? This is so good. How?
魔女に加えてもらったんだっけ。
I feel like every time I stream this game, the streams just get worse and worse somehow. I closed Maria's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. He doesn't know. He is lacking critical information. I'd slept deeply for a long time in the car, so it took longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, and I read the diary as I waited. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Since it was often used by the rich and the famous. What are you, good Charlotte? They were very big on confidentiality. That made it very convenient for Ange to escape her pursuers. The idea that renegades should spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. To Ange, who possessed all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family, renegade life was comfortable indeed. Of course, even though she was a guard, Amakusa was a man and therefore in a separate room. Ange used the bedroom of the suite, and Amakusa lay on the sofa in the living room. According to A, the sofas here were more pleasant than his own beds have been recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 in the middle of the night. Wrong, it's actually 9:21 p.m.? I'm still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. At that time, even though there was no wind, I had the feeling that Maria Onechan's diary fluttered. Then, Onechan appeared. Her form was no longer the normal one I'd known. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her as a witch. Shut up!
私も魔女なら魔法が使えるのよね。
うん、使えるよ。教えてあげたでしょ。使い方。昔は
Maria, you are never getting a gun again.
覚えてる。使いたくなった。
寂しくなった。
別に毎日枕が違うくらいのことで辛くなんてならないわ。
魔法の最初の一歩は寂しいからとか退屈だからとかそのくらいのささやかな理由でいいの。
眠くなるまでの暇つぶしだとしても。
うん。エンジがもう一度魔法のことを思い出してくれてマリアは嬉しい。
Don't do anything, Ange, please. It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria Onechan's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit, so I should still remember that sensation.
今のエンジはかなり魔法の力が衰えてる。基本に忠実じゃないと難しいよ。
うん。四方を確認。静かな空間を確保。
天草さんは？
寝てるわ。
After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
今のエンジの弱い魔力では
I need to blow my nose, so I'm muting the mic. Alright, you're just gonna hear me sniff because I can't get my nose unstuffed.
人の姿だけじゃない。 声も音も気配さえもエンジェの魔法の邪魔をする。それらを完璧に立って古代魔術師たちがアトリエを閉ざして孤独を守ったように。
覚えてるわ。人間の存在自体が魔法を妨げる。故に人に魔法を見せるということそのものがとても高位な魔女の証だったわね。
Attain a quiet space for yourself alone. That should be enough to prepare a space to use magic.
次によりしろ。今のエンジェには自転車の補助輪、いえチェーンくらい大事。
これは当然無理よね。
Ange rubbed her own head. She wore hair accessories there with pink gems attached. They felt a little childish for Ange, but she never took them off, not even for a single day.
今のエンジェにはとても無理。あの日から一日も休むことなく修行していたなら、あるいは今頃は呼び出すことができたかもしれないね。
今から修行したらどのくらいかかるの？
魔女の修行は幼き日の1年が老いの10年と同じ価値があると言われてる。相当の覚悟がいるよ。
それこそ後ろ宮金蔵くらいに？ピアノもバイオリンも魔法も幼い頃からの英才教育。
You're calling her old at 18.
今のエンジェは初めて魔法を
Wait, she's 18, I can lewd.
その力が落ちている。無理をしないで基本に忠実に。
After stubbornly rubbing those things on my head one more time, I gave up. Then I started fishing through the knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel.
これならよりしろにはぴったり。
She pulled out the book.
懐かしい。それならば今のエンジェでも召喚できると思うよ。それには今主がいない。エンジェが新しい主になるのも可能な。
Wait, who? Among the things that looked like a good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clatter. It was a shady-looking stake-shaped weapon with an occult design inscribed on it. Wait, what? It was one of the 7 stakes of purgatory, which the witch... What? The sacrifices. What? Why do you have that? Why is that something you have? What the fuck? How? How do you just have that? So you just own that? You just have it? Okay, that's what we're rolling with? When the police had been searching the family's possessions, they had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, these had been politely returned to Ushiromiya family. Finding something that I'd seen in the pictures of Maria's diary, I took it home with me.
煉獄の七杭はもともと7本で一揃いだった。気の毒にね。今はもう彼女1本だけ。
What happened to the other 6? Onechan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was also old-fashioned, and you could tell that it was an occult book just by looking. But its contents were plain. It was one of Maria Onechan's elaborate notebooks. This wasn't a diary. This was a grimoire, which she had written as a witch. The 7 Stakes of Purgatory of Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice is also a witch of Mirage Sorcerer, they could be employed by Maria, a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 Stakes of Purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria Onechan's grimoire. And, as another person with their name registered in that alliance, I was also permitted to employ them.
この杭は7姉妹の誰？
マリアの魔導書に彼女らの特徴がよく記されてるよ。7杭の姉妹は名前を間違えられることをとても嫌う。召喚する前によく彼女らの名前を思い出して。
A packed page told of the 7 Stakes of Purgatory. It described the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, I think I memorized almost this entire page once in the past. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. By the pictures and characteristics written on the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was Mammon's stake. In the past, I hadn't had any stakes, so I summoned them without any vessel. So this was the first time I'd clearly seen any of the 7 stakes, let alone Mammon.
マモン五女7つの大罪の強欲を司る。すごい子よね。
強欲は向上心、上昇志向、生きる強さなども司る。決して悪い意味だけではないんだよ。口は悪いけどとても頑張り屋さんな子だし。
そうね。欲がないってことはつまり生きてる理由がないってことだし。
For a while, I heightened my concentration, digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge is connected to magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon, raising a necessary amount of magical power for summoning.
魔導書ってちょっとだけ面白いわね。
Can we just summon her already?
小説を読むよりよっぽど面白いかもしれない。なんだか懐かしい気持ちになるわ。
魔導書はただ文字を読み取るだけじゃなく、行間から世界を膨らませたり、挿絵から世界を生み出したりと、様々な想像を要求されるの。生み出す力。これを持つエンジェになら、どんな本よりも魔導書は面白いはずだよ。エンジェになら理解できるってマリアはずっと知ってたもの。
マモンの知識これで十分だと思うわ。うん、だいたい蘇った。やってみる。
しっかりね。いざという時に備えて私の護符を。今の君は同盟の条約に守られてない。マモンは少し喧嘩っ早いところがある子。あるいはまだ恨んでるかも。注意して。
What the fuck happened? The 7 stakes of purgatory as furniture used to make sacrifices for a ceremony were treated as beings inferior even to weapons. But that was only when compared to other demons. To humans, furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again, took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I've gotten from Maria Onechan long ago and put it on my arm. In the past, I hadn't needed something like this, but I need insurance.
大丈夫。それにはまだ十分な魔法防御が備わってる。それを身につけている限り絶対に大丈夫。
Maria Onechan's magic power, which had been specially put into this charm, had been enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it may have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七悔が一つ。強欲のマモン。
I focused my mind. I made the magic-repelling toxin that filled my body zero. Imagine an untainted vast space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance zero and erase the burden on the magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air and the neon stars over the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the sky were wiped away by the light from below that covered the ground. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through at will. At that time, in a room where there shouldn't have been any wind, the free nighttime wind kicked up like a cyclone. The long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. It was the unique feeling of exultation that comes from using magic. Mammon's stake, which I held out in my hand, gradually began to make me feel a pale light. A twisting cyclone with the stake at the center. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
見事だよ。ブランクは君から才能を奪わなかったね。
さあさあ、おいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七悔の一つ。強欲のマモン。その姿を私に見せなさい。
After I raised my hands, bit by bit, lifting them higher than my head as though it was being Attracted upwards, Mammon's stake once again floated up high into the air and gradually began to shake. That shaking began to grow faster, and then it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around violently, rebounding off the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it dancing around threatened to make me flinch. However, I must not lose my mental concentration. Then, the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally stopped and faced me. It was in the air just a few centimeters away from my forehead and held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It had tried to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with an incredible power, but Maria Onechan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. The stake muttered hatefully. It was probably safe to say that the scorpion charm saved me. Without that, my attempt at killing time until I got sleepy would have killed my time for all eternity. When Mammon's stake realized I was unable to gouge me, it gave up and grew docile, changing its form from that of a stake into a human. Why did it go... Oh, what the fuck is this now? Yeah, this is what it is. It was this one. She was the one who wants to fucking kidnap people. And she was the one who wants the boyfriend. And that same old outfit that I'd never be able to walk around outside in. Although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way.
随分とみすぼらしい魔力だけど、本当に園児様？お久しぶりね、マモ。
What the fuck is happening?
てっきりもう約5面の家具は何度で朽ち果てるだけだと思ってました。それでこれはどういう余興で？まさか私の所有者が園児様とでもおっしゃるつもりで？
うん、園児が君の主人だよ。
マリア卿、これはお見苦しいところ。先ほどの結界はマリア卿の。
うん、今の園児じゃひょっとしたら君にやられてしまうかもしれないって思ったからご符を貸したの。
マリア卿に私の主人が園児様だと言われたんじゃ断りようもありません。園児様、何なりとご命令を。私が必要とされるということは、新しい儀式を、新しい生贄を、もっとも私を使いこなし、自らの手を汚す程度の覚悟がおありならの話ですか。
その役割は私はもう求めてないわ。昔同様に、ただ話し相手になってくれるだけで十分よ。
That music was timed decently well.
使われてこそ家具。お呼び出しいただいただけで光栄ですとも。園児様。
Mammon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She accepted her new master because Maria told her to. But it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange with her frail magical power. Perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange. But for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey even if she wasn't happy about it.
それで私は何をすれば？
わからない。適当に賑やかにしてくれればいいわ。昔みたいに。
お言葉ですが、 多分エンジェ様がおっしゃる賑やかさとは私たち姉妹の騒ぎのことだと思います。私一人では難しいかと。
Yeah, people aren't gonna like that graph I'm gonna show
そうだね。
early on in this video.
七姉妹はみんなが揃うと本当に賑やかだったもんね。でも今のエンジェの魔力じゃマモンを呼び出すのが精一杯だと思う。他の6人の悔いも紛失してる。
恐れながらマリア卿、私の悔いを経由し七姉妹に語りかけ呼び出すことは不可能ではないかと。私を刺激されるのでしたらその程度の力はエンジェ様にはお持ちいただきたいところですが。
Mammon grinned. Apparently she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Since she's unable to satisfy herself with being summoned alone, she's asking for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it. Greed. Yeah, she was like this back then, wasn't she? To furniture, the times during which they are used are bliss. No matter how badly they are exploited, being used as furniture's joy. On the contrary, regardless of how nice you are to them, not being given a job is more painful than anything in their eyes. Mammon spoke in a challenging way, but she wanted me to summon the other sister somehow and rescue them from the world of nothingness. If that's the case, all she's got to do is say so. These demon people can never just say what they mean.
エンジェ、無理しないで。マモンを呼び出せただけでリハビリには十分だよ。
あら、一人だけでリハビリになっちゃうの？どうせ暇つぶしよ。いいわ、マモン。乗りかかった船だわ。呼べるところまで呼んであげる。
本当に？さすがエンジェ様。さあさあ、早く早く。
Apparently, even though she'd asked, Mammon hadn't really expected Ange to do this. She hopped around badgering Ange to summon the other sisters. Summoning Mammon alone consumed a considerable amount of physical and magical power. It'll probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm awed by the magical power of those who can summon sisters like this at will with the snap of their fingers, and who therefore reach the level where they can be called witches.
マモン、エンジェに無理をさせないで。エンジェはまだ本調子じゃないから。
エンジェ様はみんなを召喚してくれるって言いました？
Actually, I only said I'd call as many as I could. I guess that's greed for you.
無理しないで、エンジェ。もう今日は休んだ方がいい。君は十分疲れてるよ。
いいわよ。どうせ暇つぶし。ばったり寝込めるくらいに疲れさせてもらうわ。
This time, there's no vessel. I have to strengthen the image from my knowledge of the grimoire and materialize them with just that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying it in my head the sensation from when I'd summoned Mammon. I am acquainted with all of the 7 sisters, right? I've got to remember that time long ago when I talked with them. What do you mean, when you talked with them? Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It let off a faint and yet distinct pale light from both of my hands.
エンジェ様、しっかりしっかり頑張ってねえマリア卿。エンジェ様は必ずみんなを呼び出してくださいますよね。また七姉妹は再会できますよね。
うん、きっとね。でもそれが今夜という保証はないよ。
エンジェ様ならできますって。エンジェ様、お願い。末っ子のアスモから。
アスモデウス、7女。わかった。末っ子から順番に呼ぶわ。
A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really is going to be one hell of a burden to carry. The pale light in this space began to slowly form into the outline of the girl.
さあさあ、おいでなさい。煉獄の七悔いが一つ。色欲のアスモデウス。
There was no vessel. However, as I held a strong conviction that she definitely did exist there as a core, her form began to crystallize. Her outline became distinct, and the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus, was finally created.
色欲のアスモデウス。ここに。ここはどこ？私は生きてるの。
アスモ、よかった。
マモン姉さん、
が私たちをみんな蘇らせてくれるって。
No, I didn't.
エンジェ様、ありがとう。次はベルゼをお願いします。
ベルゼブブ6女暴食のベルゼブブ。さあさあおいでなさい。
At this rate, I wonder how many I'll be able to summon. If I can't focus, this is probably it. The pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub.
暴食のベルゼブブ、ここに。ベルゼー、エンジェ様、すごいすごい。
Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion. I'd summoned 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Gotta summon the next one without stopping for a break.
さあさあおいでなさい。煉獄の七杭の一つ、怠惰のベルフェゴール。
怠惰のベルフェゴール、ここに。なんと、私がまだ必要とされるとは。ベルフェネー、お腹すいた。じゃなくて、また会えて嬉しい。また七姉妹みんな。
Is it safe to say that I don't give a shit?
エンジェ様、本当にありがとうございます。この調子で次はサタンネーを、ベビアネーもルシネーも。
You know what? That's a line I didn't think I would read. Satan A
分かっ
next.
てるわ。だからお願い、あまりうるさくしないで。4人同時は結構きつい。
エンジェ、もうそれ以上無理をしないで。これだけ久しぶりなのによく4人も召喚できたよ。
よせ、マモン。今のエンジェ様には我らの召喚は負担を強いている。エンジェ様、どうかご無理をなされませんよ。私は嫌。エンジェ様は約束したもん。また私たちみんなと遊んでくれるって。
No, I.
エンジェ様、みんなとまた会えるって。すぐに会えるって約束した。
そうね、約束したわ。すぐにがいつのこととは約束しなかったけど、確かに私は約束したわ。
だから守って。じゃないと私は今日までそれを忘れていたエンジェ様を許さない。
さあさあおいでなさい。煉獄の七杭の一つ、憤怒のサタン。
My mind's getting hazy, but I'll call. Even though I'd forgotten about those days, even though I've never thought of that time as anything but sad and lonely, because the short time I spent with them was fun without a doubt.
憤怒のサタン、ここに。
何やってるのよ、あんたたち。私たちが井戸端会議をするだけでどれだけエンジェ様に負担をかけてるか分かってんの。
Satan, who had apparently figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, cried out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness hazy again.
私たちはベアトリーチェ様より休むことを許された役目を終えた家具なのよ。再びお役に立てる機会を賜るどころか、新しい主人の負担になるなんて、そんなの家具の直れ。早く姿を消しなさい。
Please. In fact, if you erase yourself, I'll erase the
お
game.
前たちも姿を消せ。それがこの瞬間、一番エンジェ様のお役に立てる。私は嫌よ。みんなを呼び出してもらえるまでは嫌。私も嫌。お腹すいた。じゃなくて、やっと再会したばかりなのにもう帰るなんて嫌。わがまま言ってんじゃないわよ。ほら、とっとと姿を消す。ほら、アスモ、さっさと消えなさい。サタン姉さんがいじめた。いつも末っ子からなんてずるい。
者には限界を超えてる。
そうね。
With 5 of them summoned and messing around as they pleased, the load was far too heavy for me with the meager magical power I had at that moment. This is it. As my consciousness went hazy, I fell over onto the bed. And now we sleep. Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me, this is enough. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Mario, Nei-chan, and Sakutaro waiting to receive me.
お疲れ様。そして頑張ったね。
ウリュウ、おかえり。
Look, my death quota is not getting fulfilled. Welcome back, huh? I should respond like this. I'm home. Yeah, my death quota is not getting filled. We need to start. It's going to increase. We're at 2 now. I need 2 deaths this stream. That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power that could save me from the sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria's introduction to the basics.
広大な空間をイメージ。
Like, I actually just don't give a fuck about you being a witch, Ange. This has nothing to do with the thing that we're trying to do.
峠のドライブインから麓を見下ろした時の風景。 こう
I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal girls get over their fascination with magical girls when they leave elementary school. So seriously training to use magic at this age was embarrassing even for me. But even that embarrassed feeling felt pleasant to me now. Right then, I was learning mental concentration from Maria Onechan in order to use magic, but it wasn't going very well. It was about as hopeless as teaching a person to wiggle their ears by showing them, and expecting to learn anything at all from their demonstration. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remembered the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation. I need to stretch. When I looked down towards the base from a viewing platform at the rest stop on a peak, and I tried painting the scene in my mental world.
まだまだ狭い。もっともっと広い空間をイメージして。そしてエンジェだけの新象世界を作り上げるの。まだまだイメージが霞んでる。空気に温度もないし風もない。匂いもない。まだまだ世界が希薄。それらは後でもいいから、今はとにかくもっと広い世界をイメージして。
ウリュウ、どうして広い空間のイメージが必要なの？
人間の体内には生まれながらにして魔法を妨げる毒素があるんだよ。その毒素を浄化しないと魔法はうまく使えない。
Why did Sakutaro have to become a human? Why couldn't he just stay a stuffed animal?
広大な空間をイメージすることなんだよ。
さっきは飛行機の窓から見た世界を思い描いたけど、それもダメだったわ。
And why does he still not have clothes that fit him?
私もお姉ちゃんはどんな世界をイメージして魔法を使ってるのか興味があるわ。私もそれを参考にする。
おお、ダメだよ。新象世界は広大で、そして孤独じゃないといけないの。自分以外に一切遮るものがない世界だから、その世界を人に教えたらその世界は孤独ではなくなってしまう。だから新象世界は誰にも明かしちゃダメなの。だからエンジェも上手に新象世界を描けたら、それは自分だけの秘密の世界にするんだよ。
うりゅう、マリアケチンボ。
ありがとう、サク太郎。修行に近道なしってわけだわ。努力してみる。大丈夫。ヒントは十分もらえてるわ。
うりゅう、エンジェ、頑張れ。
Until recently, I thought there was no way something like magic could save me. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing's supposedly nothing more than an illusion, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan showed me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that's impossible for me. I used to look down on that happiness as something empty. Because I didn't believe in magic, I also denied everything else, refusing to believe in the happiness that magic gave birth to. But slowly, bit by bit, Maria One-chan's world grew happier. In the past, I disparaged it, thinking it too pitiful to look at. But that might have been nothing more than jealousy. I was forced to admit that. From now, this was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that could blow without being blocked by anything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my own hair. I see, even the ground might get in my way as I am now. Then I don't need a ground. Brush the ground away, downwards, downwards. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing the ground further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time it began to feel like the sky. Then I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind go right through even my body, in other words, blowing through me without any resistance.
そう、その感覚を維持して。
I thought she was about to say, still not big enough!
から解放されてるのがわかる。
やったエンジェ、やったエンジェ。魔女の世界への最初の第一歩を踏み出した。
これが魔女の世界。
うん。じゃあエンジェがずっと望んできた魔法を練習してみよう。お友達を呼び出す魔法。エンジェを寂しさから救い出してくれる味方を作り、それによって幸せになる魔法を。
エンジェにも僕みたいなお友達が呼び出せるの？うりうり。
I hope not.
今のエンジェにはゼロの海からサクタロほどの友達を呼び出すにはまだまだ早いね。最初は呼び出しやすい友達から練習しよう。
最初は何を？
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの魔女だから、同盟の魔女が刺激する存在はエンジェもまた刺激することが許されてる。例えばサクタロは私の友達だけど、同じ同盟のエンジェにとっても友達で、そして召喚することができる。今度試しにサクタロを呼び出してみて。寂しくて辛い時、サクタロがきっと元気づけてくれるよ。
I see, you could call Sakutaro being employed by One-chan. So as a witch in the same alliance as her, it's possible for me to summon Sakutaro too. I met Sakutaro's gaze. How pleasant it would be to have him just be there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights.
私が呼びかけたら、あなたは現れて話し相手になってくれる？
うりゅう。エンジェが呼び出してくれるのを楽しみにしてる。うりうりうりゅう。
Looking happy, Sakutaro pressed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting a cute younger brother felt a bit confusing, a bit embarrassing, and a bit nice. Unable to understand why I couldn't honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes.
お姉ちゃん、私頑張るわ。
じゃあ練習をしてみよう。同じ同盟の魔女ベアトリーチェの家具を呼び出してみよう。
ベアトリーチェの家具。
Hearing Beatrice's name gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rakanjima, the public kept going on in a frenzy about how it was a sacrifice ceremony performed by a witch. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the witch did commit that crime, that would make her the culprit who stole my family from me. However, Maria One-chan said that Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she'd get mad, leading to a nasty fight, and refuse to talk for a while. At this moment, One-chan was my only close friend, so to avoid worsening her mood, I decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic teacher. Also, I believed that the crime was a conspiracy cooked up by Aunt Ava. I would definitely expose the truth about that someday.
エンジェ
Shouts out, past Ange for knowing future Ange, Pan.
また体内に妨げが混じってるの？
ごめんなさい。集中を書いた。もう一度。
I'd expect no less from you, One-chan. You instantly noticed I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through a vast space.
煉獄の七姉妹。なんだか物騒な名前ね。
でもとっても賑やかで楽しい子たちだよ。エンジェの新しい
You're a child
友
too.
達になってくれるかもしれない。まずは私が呼び出してみせるね。見てて。
Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state I wasn't able to reach except by meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then a pale light began to gather in her palms, and one by one, the girls began to show themselves. One, two, three people. 4, 5, 6, 7 people. The way they were summoned, one after another in a line, was a masterpiece. Incredible. Just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。マリア卿、ご無沙汰を申し上げております。
久しぶりだね。みんなも元気？
我ら家具は刺激されてこそ家具。久しぶりのお呼び出しを心より光栄に思います。
サク太郎、お久しぶり。相変わらずおいしいじゃなかった。かわいい。私が一番。今日もふかふかプニプニしててかわいい。
Sakutaro, me and you both don't want to be here right now.
私にも抱かせて、私にも抱かせて。うりゅう、苦しい。
I told you to run.
逃げないから離してみんな。
I told you to run, and look, this is what happens when you don't.
あんたたち、マリア卿の家具を壊す気？とにかく離れなさいよ。抱きしめるの禁止。
そう言ってるサタン姉が一番抱きしめたがってるよ。
私は別にあんなふかふかのプニプニのワフワフなんて興味ないんだから。こら、マリア卿とエンジェ様の御前よ。静かになさい、この愚昧ども。
They were so energetic. I was shocked by their sudden burst of activity right after they appeared. And on top of that, I was surprised that the innocent Sakutaro was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters.
意外。サク太郎があんな物騒な連中にこんなに可愛がられてるなんて。
I have nothing to say because I don't
同じ
care.
同盟の仲間たちだもん。怖くなんかないよ。
でも万が一彼女らの機嫌を損ねちゃったら、サク太郎あっという間にやられちゃいそう。
大丈夫。同盟の魔女とその家具はみんな仲良しなの。だからサク太郎も 安心して遊べるの。それはもちろん私やエンジェも同じだよ。
It was one of the pacts of Mariage Sorcier, mutual non-aggression, non-interference. Member witches must. Even the sisters, who were normally shady and belligerent, treated fellow Alliance members as friends. So, to the Seven Sisters, Sakutaro was a mutual friend. He was loved by all of them, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. This scene, as they squeezed him and loved him, was a bit charming.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルの仲間同士なのね。
At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's casual atmosphere and the Seven Sisters' shady one would be like water and oil. It looked like they definitely wouldn't be compatible, and yet they were interacting in a friendly way like it was completely natural. And if this wonderful alliance could join all the peoples of this world together, I wonder if everyone in the world would be able to become friends right away.
七姉妹のみんな聞いて。今エンジェは魔法の修行中なの。だからみんなの力を貸してほしいの。
かしこまりました、マリア卿。しかし具体的には何を？
君たちを権限させる魔力を私からエンジェに移す。その状態でいつも彼女の身近にいてあげてほしいの。彼女の話し相手になったりしてあげるだけでいい。
恐れながらエンジェ様の魔力では私たち七姉妹すべてを四六時中呼び出し続けるのは容易なことではないかと。
The oldest sister, Lucifer, gazed at my complexion as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In other words, she was saying that the burden might be heavy for me at this point in time.
そういう修行なの。エンジェはみんなが想像しているより才能と魔力があるよ。ちょっぴり辛いかなとは思うけど、今のエンジェなら挑戦する価値はあると思う。エンジェ、今から彼女たちを権限させる魔力を君に切り替える。つまりエンジェが呼び出したのと同じ状態になるの。
So what Maria One-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the Seven Sisters materialized, you are continuously burdened with a significant amount of magical power. I hope that when she gets the power, she just collapses and this whole sequence is over. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing a weighted wristband.
七姉妹全員はかなり大変。エンジェ、いきなりは厳しくない？
ありがとう、サク太郎。でも魔女になるための修行だしね。やれるところまでやってみるわ。
The seven of them certainly do seem boisterous, but even if this is for training. Having them with me will surely distract me from my loneliness at least a little. I understand it would be an ordeal, but wanted to give it a shot.
もしも辛かったら無理をしないでね。みんなもエンジェが辛そうだったら加減してあげて。
かしこまりました。わかったね、あんたたち。それではエンジェ様、これより我ら煉獄の七姉妹はエンジェ様の家具となります。マリア卿、お願いいたします。
うん。じゃあエンジェ、始めてもいい？
いいわ。ちょっと緊張する。
ウリュウ、いきなりは辛いかも。頭痛になりそうだったらすぐに魔力を減らしてね。
じゃあ魔力ソースをエンジェに移すよ。
In an instant, the inside of my head felt very heavy. This is, yeah, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It's almost like it was now being used for 7 other people. If they just stood there and blinked once or let out a single sigh, that would put a strong pressure on my head.
マリア卿、恐れながらやはり一度に七姉妹全員の負荷は重すぎるかと。
大丈夫。
やっぱりダメかな。 権限に全勢力を使っちゃってる。日常生活と両立できないほどの負荷じゃ意味がない。何しろ魔女としてこれじゃあちょっと優雅じゃないね。
ウリュウ、だからいきなりこんなに大勢は無理だって言った。みんな少し姿を消してあげて。
そうね、人数を減らした方が良さそう。アスモ、姿を消しなさい。
また私？末っ子いじめ反対。たまには上から消えてよ。
それじゃあ私が2番目に消えなきゃならないじゃない。
やだやだやだ。
アスモもレビア姉も騒がないの。そういう騒ぎが余計エンジェ様の負担になるのよ。あんたが騒ぐのも負担になるのよ、バカサタン。
The seven sisters start arguing over who should erase themselves first. The energy from that fight all became a burden, forcing Ange to bear an even greater headache. In the end, they decide the order with rock, paper, scissors, and 1, 2, 3 of them disappeared. But even at that level, Ange was still far from comfortable. In the end, once 6 of them had erased themselves, I was finally able to calm my breathing. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just one person is my limit.
ああ、これじゃあ7姉妹じゃなくて私一人じゃないですか。エンジェ様、ちょっと頼りないです。
Mammon, who had won all of the rock, paper, scissors matches and was permitted to remain until the end, grumbled.
ウリュウ、マモン、そんなこと言っちゃダメ。エンジェはまだまだ修行中。大丈夫エンジェ？頭痛、大丈夫？
Sakutaro stretched up on his tiptoes, trying to pat Ange's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult.
ちょっと荒行すぎたかな。マリア、これくらいなら全然平気だけど、友達いっぱいいればいるほど楽しいし。
お姉ちゃんの凄さを改めて思い知るわ。
Apparently, when one reaches Maria Onechan's class, one can summon enough people to perform in an orchestra. For a witch apprentice, that's awe-inspiring.
大丈夫ですか？エンジェ様。
ごめんなさいね。私にはあなた一人を呼び出すのがやっとみたい。
まあ、私はこれでもいいかな。だって7姉妹で私だけがエンジェ様の家具を独り占めだし。いかがですかエンジェ様。私一人なら不可にはなりませんか？
ええ、あなた一人ならなんとかね。
よかったー。ならいっぱい修行していっぱい魔力を養ってください。そしていつかきっと7姉妹で揃ってお仕えさせてください。約束ですよ。
After confirming that for the time being, her own materialization wasn't causing any issues, Mammon immediately became cheery again and tried to make me promise to work harder. I see, that definition fits with her being greed. But maybe you could just also call it having a positive attitude.
約束するわ。そのくらいはいつかできなくちゃね。
ありがとう、エンジェ様。この強欲のマモン、その日まで必ずエンジェ様にお仕えします。
My headache finally abated and I relaxed both hands which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand, helping me stand back up. Sorry, to make sure I didn't miss something.
あ、マリア、エンジェ、もうこんな時間だよ。もう部屋に戻らないと叱られる。
I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. So the light had disappeared, the vast world sunk into the darkness. I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on a toilet. One-Chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 20, time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only will things get pretty annoying, but it'll cause trouble for my roommates and floor mates. I can care less about causing them trouble, but I don't want them messing with me later. My free time by myself is already over for today. I'll sleep, wake up tomorrow will begin, and another long, long gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. That time, One-Chan appeared again and spoke.
ほら、エンジェ。修行を忘れてるよ。マモンを連れて行って。
I'd forgotten. The moment I returned to reality, Mammon's materialization had stopped. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind.
もう、エンジ様ったらひどいです。いきなり私を消すなんて。そんなんじゃ、七姉妹を全員呼ぶなんて、なかなかできませんよ。
ごめんなさい。うっかりしてたわ。
人間界に権限するのはすごい久しぶりなので、何から何まで興味深いです。ちょっぴりワクワクしてます。ここはどこですか？
聖ルチーア学園の寮。ここはその共用トイレの個室。各部屋にトイレはあるから、ここには誰も来ない。静かで、本を読むにはちょうどいいの。
ここの寮は本を読むにも、トイレの個室に隠れなきゃならないの？噴書でもやってるんですか？
I have a two-person room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is gloomy, and it feels like I'm always getting ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so I really can't relax there. And as long as I'm not there, she can do what she likes, call her friends over, and chat away. It's more convenient for them, too, if I don't return until just before lights out. There's also a library, but there's a group that uses it as a meeting place, and they're always talking behind my back. So I don't like to go there. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the shared bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can find peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. Turned around, signaling to my eyes for Mammon to come with me.
よくわからないけれど、エンジ様にとってとても快適とは言い難い場所だってことが分かったわ。早く表に出ましょう。
I'm upping the quota to 3. 3 deaths.
ここの空気が一番まともなんだけどね。
When I left the bathroom and entered the corridor, because it was near lights out time, several kids who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway and go through the dorm leader's roll call. On the off chance that someone was late, we would take collective responsibility and all of the floor mates would have to undergo punishment in the form of volunteer work. As long as I avoided this, the girls would look at me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing kids and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some kids from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, the topic of their conversation noticeably changed. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went to my room and changed. Then I hastily went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up.
何これ、おかしい。ここってお嬢様学校じゃないの？刑務所みたい。バカみたい。
やっぱりそうよね。私もそう思ってるわ。刑務所よりさらに厳しい点は、素行が良くても刑期が短くならない点かしら。
After badmouthing the place, I noticed something. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form could only be seen by her summoner, me. And of course, there was no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I had to do was speak inside my mind so no one could listen in. Magic, and the friends it creates, might actually not be so bad.
こいつら、揃いも揃ってもやしみたい。生きてないって感じ。
やめなさいよ。毎日姿を見られたら大変よ。
夢も希望もかけらほどもない人間なんて、半魔法の塊だもの。私の姿なんて絶対に見えるわけがない。見ることもできない下等生物どもが。
あなたはその半魔法の毒素を持つ人間たちが これほどいる中でも平気なの？
Something happens that makes her just not want to do magic
私を
anymore,
軽
right?
減させてくださる限りは平気です。ただ、私を軽減するために常に集中しなければならないでしょうから、日常生活がおろそかになる可能性がありますよ。ほら、同室の子に呼ばれてません？
後ろ宮さん、聞こえてる？来週からの終盤なんだけどさ、ちょっと相談があって。
She's probably trying to push a few more chores onto me. My roommates, who never even looked me in the eye normally, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But it'll be easier to have the weekly duty pushed onto me alone rather than doing it together with her. That's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me non-stop. Even so, with a completely shameless excuse, she sidestepped the issue for some reason, insisted on flipping the situation around, so I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor.
何この子。ムカつく。眉間に思いっきり私の杭をねじ込んでやりたい。
そうね。ぜひ今度お願いするわ。
Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. It really was lively with all the seven sisters gathered together. I'm sure just watching them mess around will be lots of fun. I want to gain enough magical power to summon all the seven sisters at once and soon. And then I'll keep training more and more and more, and finally summon the thing I really want to find.
エンジ様が本当に召喚したいものって何ですか？
Mammon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated to talk about it, but then figured that there was no reason to hide it and
家
told
族
her.
よ。
Of course it was your fucking family. Why wouldn't it be?
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん。
それってつまり死者の魂？異界の住人を呼び出すのは召喚だけど、死者の魂を呼び戻すのは反言で、それは全くの別物。
Tell her it was Badler and she'll be fucking, like, real annoyed. I know, so much so that even Maria One-chan can't do it at all. But that's the thing I want to find with magic the most. I've been warned that it's a very difficult high-level magic. So great that in the worst case, I might not necessarily reach the point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is vital for making magic succeed, whether it's summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have that, a magic that would already have been difficult is now hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Dad or Mom by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to remember just Oni-chan by. And that's this.
そのピンクの玉の頭飾り？何それ？言っちゃ悪いけど、エンジェ様にはちょっと安物っぽい。
昔、お父さんに内緒で、お母さんと一緒にお兄ちゃんに会って、遊園地に遊びに行ったことがあるの。そこのクレーンゲームの景品。
I know it's cheap. I realize that it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Badler Oni-chan is by my side. The glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each capsule had some cute accessory in it. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Beatrice, get back on my fucking screen and start killing some fucking people. I'm tired of this. I'd rather have you doing some Red Truth bullshit than sitting here learning that Ange can summon 1/7 stake of purgatory, and that's it. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was young and it was too hard for me. I tried it several times, but I didn't even get close. Mom said that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what we'd get, so there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the problem. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt really important and sacred to me, so I wanted the cheap thing inside more than anything. Then, Badler Oni-chan came over after finishing a game of shooting soldiers with a gun and tried to do it for me. Thumbnail, I guess. With his arms that were longer than mine, Oni-chan grasped the happiness that I couldn't reach. Oni-chan really was coordinated. It seems he often played with his friends at the arcades. After only 1 or 2 attempts, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass with the crane that I hadn't even been able to touch, and threw it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remembered that he looked very, very reliable. For several days, I felt like opening the capsule would be a waste. Then one day, I finally opened it up, and what revealed itself inside was the pink jeweled hair accessory. Since that day, it's been a symbol for Oni-chan. Since I was young, I felt that having all 4 of us gathered, including Badler Oni-chan, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I treated this hair accessory as a charm for bringing my whole family together, so I always used to wear it. I wanted to feel my reliable, fun, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and let him live in our house.
でもお兄ちゃんの記憶はあまりに遠い。
Yes, because he died when you were 6.
マリアお姉ちゃんがライオンのぬいぐるみからサクタラを生み出したようには簡単にできない。私は死者の魂を蘇らせる大魔法をいつか必ず身につける。そしてそれを成功させられる唯一の鍵が、よりしろがこれなの。
なるほど。その頭飾りにものすごい魔力を感じてたけど、そういうわけなのね。
魔力？お兄ちゃんのこれに魔力が宿ってるの？
エンジ様が宿らせていると言うべきかもね。エンジ様の兄を呼び出したいという強い思いが魔力を与えている。確かに反言は大魔法だけど、エンジ様はその魔法のために無意識のうちに着実に階段を。
Do you know who her brother is? Does Ange know you're directly responsible for the deaths of the families that she had? Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a shady demon girl who controls one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy.
反言の魔法に至るのと寿命を全うするのとどっちが早いかだけは私には保証できないけれども、でも挑む山の高さが高ければ高いほど魔女としての力も比例していく。エンジ様はくじけることがなかったなら、きっといつか私たちの元の主ベアトリーチェ様に匹敵するほどの大魔女になれると思います。
なれるかしら。大魔女になってお兄ちゃんを、家族を蘇らせることができるかしら。
反言の魔女エンジェ教。素敵。反言の魔女はかなりレアな魔女です。そんな魔女がご主人様なんてちょっと鼻が高いです。っていうかむしろそうなってほしいものです。家具の価値も主の格に比例しますので、もうベアトリーチェ様さえ抜いちゃって天下無双の大魔女になってくださいね。煉獄の7姉妹を代表して心より応援申し上げます。
I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, a cute kid like Sakutaro would be best. But even this 5th sister of the shady 7 sisters who controlled the 7 deadly sins was enough to calm my heart so much all by herself. Maria One-chan has probably known that since long ago. That's why she recommended the world of witches to me over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting her. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year for a child is worth 10 years for an old person, right? Now I find my past self, which only ever complained, deplorable for wasting my precious time. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammon continued to talk to me alongside my pillow. I promise, one day for sure I'll develop a magical power that can summon the 7 sisters. Thumbnail. And I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The 7 of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. My awareness began to return slowly. Unable to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Marie One-chan's relationship, I ran away from Bito's and Oni-chan's game, didn't I? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from the strange world of the witch's game. After all, as long as I'm here, I'm not allowed to call myself Ange. At that time, I felt someone's presence. When I turned around, I could see Mammon there. Yo, what's up, former friend, I
ブレー
guess.
テル様、そろそろお戻りになられないとゲームの進行に差し支えるとベアトリーチェ様が仰せです。速やかにお戻りになられますようにお願い申し上げます。
ありがとう。もう戻るわ。
よかったじゃないですか。
何が？
バトラお兄ちゃんに出会えて。
皮肉？
そう聞こえるならそういうことにしてもらってもいいですけど。
ごめんなさい。言葉通りに受け取るべきね。ええ、そうよ。こんなおかしな世界であってもお兄ちゃんに出会えて心底に嬉しいわ。
そしてお兄ちゃんのためにベアトリーチェ様に
So wait, does she know? What the fuck is going on? What no?
こ
What?
んな世界で遊ばれてちゃ
This
困る。
game confuses me.
そろそろお家へ帰る時間なのよ。
Events
だか
are
ら
not
私が呼びに来たわ。
colluding with other
先
events.
生頑張ってください。
We're not having continuity. We're
今
not.
の主はベアトリーチェ様ですので応援はできませんが。
知ってるわ。1986年10月5日まではあなたはベアトリーチェの家具よ。そしてやがては私の友人になるわ。
そしてやがてはその友人を捨てるわけですが、何しろ
Mammon moaned as if she'd bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently, the rules apply to people other than me as well.
大丈夫？
Rule. Alright, yeah. Just do whatever the fuck you want now, apparently.
結構辛いわよ。
失礼しました。グレーテル様。
いいえ、ありがとう。嬉しいわ。お兄ちゃんに出会えて。あなたの最初の問いへの答えよ。じゃあ、戻りましょう。私があまりぐずると、あなたは今の主人に怒られるわ。
はい、ご理解いただけて助かります。それではこっち。
マモ？
I'm sure Mammon was about to say, well then, this way. But then she stopped, and though the film had been torn off at that point. Well, son, it seems to me that she suddenly froze, what? Then I noticed, what, she wasn't the only thing that had frozen, what? Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place in empty space. A world where it seemed even time had frozen. Yes, this looked like a portent that Bernkastel will appear. But the atmosphere was different somehow, what? Then I understood. It wasn't Bernkastel, it was the other witch, what?
調子はどうかしら、エンジ。
You look like Sakutaro. And I mean that as an insult.
あなたにはルールの適用はないのね。
当たり前でしょ。ルールは他人を縛るためにあるのよ。自分をそれで縛るバカはいないわ。
Bernkastel is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's a being on the opposing side. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. Even compared to Bernkastel, there's something strange about Lambda Delta's existence. It's, how should I put it, maybe like she's a being from a higher dimension. In any event, I was still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that was certain was that she was my enemy. No, just knowing that might be enough,
そ
but...
れで、私に何かご用？
まあね、あなたたちの会話に耳を傾けてたらちょっと面白い話になったんでね。あなたにちょっといい話を聞かせてあげようと思って。
あなたは私の敵のはず。そのあなたが私に得する話を聞かせる理由が思いつかないの。つまり、耳を傾けた時点で負けということだわ。じゃあね、See you next time。
誤解しないで。私の相手はベ
She
ル
said the
で
line!
あなたじゃないわ。つまり、私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るということよ。
悪いけど、私には聞く気がないわ。
Although I said that, I probably wouldn't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is satisfied. This itself might be proof that she's in a higher dimension than me. Well, obviously, because you're not really a witch and can do witch things. I haven't been given the option of not listening to her. All I can do is try not to be shaken by anything she says and strengthen my mental guard. She'll probably try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, threatening me.
そんなに身構えなくてもいいってば。私はあなたの誤解を解きに来ただけよ。いえ、ちょっと違う。ベルンカステルがあなたについた嘘を教えてあげようと思ってやってきたのよ。
ベルンカステルが嘘？
あなたはベルンにベアトを倒せば兄が帰ってくるような、そんな言い方をされたんじゃないの？
さあ、あなたに話す気はないけど。
Oh, is that why she's doing this? My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. I kind of figured he just wouldn't, because it makes sense. I mean, I don't know if they can alter the future like that. Getting just one person only, if I was lucky, had been a promise without very high hopes. But that's enough for me. After being promised an eternity of isolation, having a faint but still non-zero chance was like a shining beacon.
ある意味ベルンのその約束は嘘ではないわ。ベルンがそう約束したのならきっと、あなたがベアトを倒せば、バトラの両親
But
が
as corpses.
あなたのところへ帰ってくる。
何の問題もないじゃない。
本気で？あの子は案外残酷よね。分かってて騙すなんて。
私がどう騙されてるというの？
Damn, I'm letting her take the initiative, but I won't be released until I lend an ear to her. So it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized I was falling into a trap, I urged her
今は
forwards.
何年？
2022.
このゲーム版の世界のこと？ならば、1986年10月4日よ。
その通り。ならば、あなたがベアトに打ち勝ったなら、台風が去った10月6日に島に囚われていた人々は帰還する。1986年の10月6日にね。
だから何？
あなたの1986年の10月6日はどうだった？親戚の家にいたんじゃなかったかしら。
I've been at the house of the only Sumadero my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. When I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got the call. After watching to see that I remembered, Lambda Delta laughed unpleasantly and spoke.
ねえ。
What's about to get revealed here?
あなたの1986年10月6日にバトラお兄ちゃん帰ってきた？
Even though I didn't understand what she was saying, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. She's just saying that they're gonna be dead. I don't get it. I don't get it. What is this witch saying?
いい？あなたがベアトを倒せば、バトラは確かに解放されるわ。
But as a corpse, yes, he'll be dead.
帰るでしょうね。1986年のお家に。だってそうでしょ？バトラは1986年の10月4日から5日に閉じ込められてるんだもの。解放されたら、その翌日に帰るのは当然でしょ？そしてあなたは1998年の人間。バトラが帰ってこなかった1998年の
Oh shit!
意味わかる？
So she doesn't go back.
何言ってるの？
Obviously, like what the fuck? This isn't.
家に帰ってくるのは素敵じゃない。
But you aren't gonna experience that. It's gonna be the kid on October
そして
6th.
私たちは出会う。めでたしめでたし。
ええ。後ろ宮エンジは家族に再会できるでしょうね。
That's honestly not that big of a surprise.
6年に6歳の後ろ宮エンジはね。
That's not like, oh my god! Wait, I need to fake it. I'm a streamer. Oh no, she's not gonna see her brother. Ah, ah, ah. Right, that's what we all want. That's fucking basic shit. I don't really get it anymore. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh? I mean, Delt, if I can call you Delt. This was kind of obvious. I didn't even have it in my mind as a thing like, oh, she gets to see her brother. I just thought he would be dead. Still. Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Bernkastel say to me again? Your assistance is required. Your family needs it. Bernkastel started by saying that. Then I spoke. If I save them, does that mean my family will come home? And how did Bernkastel answer that again? I cannot promise that. She did make me a promise. In exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, this is what she said. In exchange, I will search for a fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. A world where your family comes home. Yeah, that's right. She didn't say any more than that she'd look for it. She didn't say she'd find it. But I was prepared for that from the beginning. But even so, that child promised that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I promise to search for and bring you the happiest resolution among the possibilities you're capable of accepting.
初めから辛い賭けになることは承知よ。だって私の1998年には家族はいない。絶対のゼロが揺らぐわずかの可能性と引き換えなら私にはそれだけで価値がある。仮に復讐
You don't understand what Landa Delta's saying.
になるかもしれないと事前に脅されてるわ。だから
Or I don't understand what Bernkastel is saying.
その彼女が言ったんじゃないの？手土産に持参するつもりだが見つけられなかった。
言ったわ。
そろそろ気づいてきた？あんた、この戦いにご褒美が用意されてないのよ。いえ、それどころか。
Again, that was already stated by Bernkastel herself that a reward wasn't guaranteed. Say it in red then, bitch. Because I still won't believe you. Oh my god, we're out of the... I just realized we're out of the rut of the fucking backstory. Or the fucking real life shit. Where Anne's trying to be a witch.
歴史的建造物を捧げた古代の王たちが何人
Name one of them,
私はそれを
and I might spare you
あなたにはプレゼントしちゃうの
the history
これ
lesson.
ってばとっても素敵でキュートでマーベラスなことなのよ
Because I'll look up ancient kings right now and I'll ask.
一つだけいい提案があるの
Damn, I'm getting completely overwhelmed. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now I'm starting to be overwhelmed by this witch, Lambda Delta. Still not a car or an airplane, mind you, and I'm still annoyed at that.
相手はベルンであってあんた
Why am I in this room? I'm supposed to be somewhere else entirely.
私とあなたが共に得をする話はあり得るとさっき言ったはずよ最初から私はそういう話を
Okay,
すると
how does it benefit Ange then?
耳を貸しなさい
You gonna find it?
貸すしかないのよあんたには
聞くわよ聞いてやるわよ聞けばいいんでしょ
I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Ange, but at some point I stopped being Ange. That's right, I'm Ange, not Ange. And I am Sean, not Sean. Who am I? I'm not my parents' child, nor my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game.
そこまで悲観することはないわだってよく考えて
I mean, you're the one who made her pessimistic.
出会えているわ確かに自らの名を名乗ることはできないけれどそれでも少なくとも魔女と戦うゲームの味方同士という位置にいていつも
So you want me to just be in a battle forever?
意味わかる
I can't stand it, but I understand. In other words, so as Oni-chan keeps getting a tie in this game, it will continue forever. I feel like I feel like this is getting into anime, like, level bullshit, so... This voice now. Continuing to tie means continuing the game for eternity. And it means that I can remain with Oni-chan as a piece. But if Oni-chan wins or loses and the curtain closes on the
駒で
game,
あるあんたは消える
I'll accept it.
ゲームの駒の幸せは何ゲームで遊んでもらうことだけよ押し入れにしまわれて埃をかぶること
And I mean,
そうでしょ
disappearing. In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness comes from being used, not being stored away. That's right. I am now the witch's furniture.
話を少し変えるわね実は私このゲーム永遠に引き分け続けてほしいと思ってるの終わらないゲームは永遠の檻ベルンを今度こそ屈服させる未来永劫に開かれることのない絶対密室よベアとはね一応は勝つ気があるのバトラーを屈服させるという勝利ねでもね実はそれも私には困るのよだってゲームが終わっちゃったら密室が崩れてしまうものだから私バトラが屈服することだけはないようにある程度の手心は加えてるの安心してバトラが屈服しかけると私は彼の味方になったりもしてるのよただねどうもベアとのやつそれにうすうす気づき出してる気がするこのゲームに自分の勝ちは永遠にないんじゃないかって気づき始めてる気がするでもそこはさすが無限の魔女ベアとはバカだからそれでもいつかきっと勝てるそれまで延々と無限にゲームを繰り返せばいいと楽観してるわ金髪の女は大抵考えが足りない
You're blonde! You're fucking stupid! I guess that answers that question.
勝利も敗北もないってことなの
私が勝たせないそして負かせない絶対にベルンはそれに気づいてるそしてそれを破るために最も強力な
That's like me saying all wrestling fans are, like, disabled.
このゲームを終わらせるためにね
このゲーム
But I'm a wrestling fan.
終われば困る役目ははっきり断言するあんたは存在が矛盾してるのよ自らの存
I was gonna say stupid, but all wrestling fans are stupid, so that actually is right. My goal is to defeat Beto and release my captive family, and yet even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
負けられない。そして勝っても報われない。だから私は第三の選択肢をあなたに持ってきたの。そしてその選択肢は私とあなたの利害を一致させるわ。
Continuing the tie for all eternity.
そう。永遠に引き分け続ける限り、この世界は崩壊しない。この世界は何？魔女とのゲームの世界。ベアトとバトラが永遠に戦い続ける世界。そして同時に、あなたが永遠にバトラと一緒にいられる世界なのよ。
Nah, I don't like it. My head was spinning. That confusion became a hot liquid and I felt it pouring from my eyes. I think your eyes are bleeding then. It was so hot that it felt like it burned my face.
エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ、ゲームを終わらせ、あなたとバトラの交流できる世界を終わらせようとするのが目的のベルンカステルに味方する理由がどこにあんの？あの子はあんたを騙してたのよ。自分の駒になればあんたが救われるかのようにごまかしてね。でも私はそこをごまかさない。だから言うわ、エンジェ。私の駒になりなさい。私はベルンのように絶対にもらえない嘘のご褒美なんてちらつかせないわ。私の駒となり、このゲームが絶対に終わらない。
Almost dropped my phone.
協力する限り、私はあんたにこの世界が絶対に続くことを我が名において絶対に約束する。
I don't believe you.
それだけじゃないわ。ボーナスもつけてあげる。あなたに課せられているルール、それを取り払ってあげるわ。まあもちろん。
What's the rule?
と誓ってもらった後に。
Did I miss something? In my own throat, there was a thick, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have been degraded into a witch's furniture, one that cares about nothing but being by Oni-chan's side.
兄を裏切れと言ってるわけじゃないんだからね。
I'm not telling you to betray your brother, just don't help him win.
バトラが負けそうになったら全力で助ければいい。逆にバトラがベアと追い詰めすぎたら少し加減を変えてあげてほしいと、その程度のお願いをしているのよ。
Do I make choice?
大丈夫。バトラを裏切るほどの必要はないわ。バトラ一人じゃベアトには勝てない。だからベルンはあんたを送り込んだんでしょ。あんたが手を貸さない限り、
Because we all know my
バトラは
choice.
永遠にベアトには勝てない。ね？とっても簡単でしょ。
What I choose is punching Landa Delta in the face, hitting her with the DX suck it, and then flipping her the bird. Cause hell yeah, son, cause that's what old Stone Cold does. What? I said that's what old Stone Cold does. What? Drink a beer. What? Drink a Pepsi. What? Even though I don't drink soda. What?
それ私の。
I hit A cause I thought I was gonna read, son.
返して。やだやだ、私が食べるの。アスモアスモ、パス。レビアお姉様、こっちこっち。
I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly.
こらー！エンジェ様は読書をなさってるのよ。少しは静かにできないの？そう言ってるサタンが一番うるさいのよ。沈黙なさい。この愚昧が。ルシファーお姉様の方がうるさいです。文句が終わり？
I was already used to the oldest and third oldest arguing with each other. Even though they're both so quick to anger, it's a bit funny how they're both having to hold back a little. They might be surprisingly like each other.
賑やかにしていろとの仰せでしたが、これではさすがに少しボリュームを下げさせますか？
気にしないで騒いでてくれていいわ。教室の黄色い笑い声より100倍心地よいもの。
エンジ様、早く次のページ。エンジ様は読むのが遅い。
マモンは読書が好きなの？地味なことが一番苦手そうに見えるのにね。
You look like you suck at reading, you dumb bitch.
知識欲にもそれは通じます。ただし独占したがるので、本を与えると人に読ませまいと読書後に焼いてしまうこともあるのでご注意を。
私は誰も知らないことを私だけが知っているのが好き。誰もできないことを私だけができるのが好き。だから勉強は好き。練習は
So can you recite the alphabet of a dead language? Can you read Latin? As Mammon said that, her eyes sparkling, she peered down at the page that was open and read through it again. You could see that greed that made her covet the page that... As you could see, my magical power had grown much stronger than it was on the first day I summoned them. By now I've gotten so that I can summon all of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I can't recall exactly where it is a quiet and calm street-side bench. I'd been young back then, so I don't remember the details of its location. So I remember that my days walking here were a lot of fun, together with Dad, Mom, and even Oni-chan. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when everyone had been together. The people who walked by every once in a while didn't notice me. They just pleasantly ignored me and passed by as though everything was normal. Even the 7 Sisters' incredible outfits weren't embarrassing or anything, because it wasn't like anyone was actually watching. Come to think of it, I'm getting pretty used to it, as long as they don't make me wear those. I was sitting on a stylish bench memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was considerably below the average grade for the class. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn by colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. Just thinking of the effort it had taken to draw that was repulsive. But I've already spat out all those complaints. I've already voiced my constant fierce anger and sadness to these girls here. The sisters were sometimes indignant, sometimes sympathetic, and sometimes mourned along with me. I was truly happy to be able to share emotions like that with friends. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrifice ceremony. According to the occult message bottle I hated, it seems that several of them even attacked my family. But I don't believe that, and it's pointless to question them about it. And you're fucking stupid. They are furniture, so they only respond to their master's requests. Even if they really did attack my family, I can't hate them. The one I really hated was the Golden Witch, Beatrice, or else that ringleader of the Ushiromiya suspicion, Aunt Ava. Read! I would say a line, but I can't because I'm white. When they noticed I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic younger sisters gathered around me. And that wasn't all. This fucking stuffed animal having fucking ass with its saggy skin. Even Maria One-chan and Sakutaro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they wouldn't interrupt my studying. Shut up. I don't want you anymore. I'd rather have a cone plushie. Sakutaro, I keep on giving you this advice. Fucking run, my guy. Just run. That is your safest bet, is to leave.
いっつもこんなにしてしまって愚昧な姉と妹どもが申し訳ありません。
サクタロもみんなに会えて喜んでるよ。どうエンジェ？
Terrible. I gotta deal with this fake ass lion over here.
ご丁寧にも他のクラスで先にあった小テストのプリントが回してもらえたの。麗しい連帯感に涙が出るわ。とりあえず年表を頭に入れるだけでもまあ多少はマシかしら。
無理よ。エンジェも勉強偉い。いっぱい点数取れるよ。うりゃ。お疲れ様。マリア、お勉強は全然ダメだったから、ちゃんと勉強すれば点数が取れるエンジェが羨ましいよ。
When I studied, I just binged it the night before.
英語、ラテン語、オカルトの知識。そんなのを丸暗記できてるお姉ちゃんの方がよっぽどすごいわ。
マリアは魔法のお勉強は何でも覚えられるけど、つまんないお勉強は
I can give you a report on the history of wrestling if you need it. That's what I can do as well.
確かにオカルトの知識はどうかと思う。
Because I know a lot of shit
英語だと
somehow.
成績に結びつくんじゃない？
小学校1年生の
In the first like 3 years, I've learned everything. I was like, okay, well now it's time to just watch.
そこに名前を書きなさいって問題があった。ライフルって書いたら×だった。
どうして？合ってるじゃない。
鉄砲が正解だって。カタカナは
Wait,
小
wait,
学1
wait.
年生では習わないからダメだと言われた。マリアは
First grade,
わからないから
you were told to talk about fucking guns. What school are you in?
でもなぜかママには怒られる。先生にも怒られる。
お姉ちゃんは多分生まれる国を間違えたわ。
ならマリア、魔女の国に生まれて魔法学校に入りたかった。そうしたらもっともっと素敵な魔法の友達がいっぱいいたかもね。うりゃ。でも別に今は何も気にしてないよ。だって魔法はいっぱい使えるし、魔法のお友達もたくさんいる。マリアにはサクタロがいれば十分だもの。僕だけじゃないよ。サクスケもサク吉も動物の音楽隊もアザラシの下田くんもウサギの
Oh, come on, what about the penguin?
他にもいっぱい。
Where's Cobblepot in that? Incredible, the number of Onechon's friends keeps increasing. Every time I ask, the number of names for her friends grows. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of all those close friends.
どう？
What do I think? What do I think? I think that I'm gonna need to steal that penguin.
七姉妹は仲良くやれてる？
本当に賑やかな姉妹たちよ。たまに物騒なことを言い出すけど悪くないわ。本当はサクタロみたいな可愛い子が良かったんだけど、今は彼女たちと一緒でも十分いいかなって。
What's up with all the witches being pedophiles, except for the one kid?
もっと私の原初の魔法を学んだなら、きっとエンジェの好みの友達を生み出せるようにもなるよ。今のエンジェに想像はまだちょっと難しいね。
想像と召喚は違う。そして反言もまた違う。
やっぱり一番の願いは家族を蘇らせること？
うん。よりしろは持ってるよ。これ。
そうだね。その髪飾りならいつかきっとバトラーを呼び出す鍵になるよ。あとはエンジェの修行次第だね。
それがいつまでかかるのかわからないのが泣けるけれども。
ウリュウ、辛くてもしっかり。エンジェが諦めなければ絶対にいつか叶える。
Oh wow, he's telling me stay strong even if it's tough. Courage, huh? Courage having lion, Wizard of Oz having ass.
心も休まるでしょうね。
ウリュウ、なら僕が
Where's the scarecrow, huh? Tin Man? You got the Tin Man, Dorothy, the dog?
ありがとう。
Okay, this stream picked up now.
夢は必ず叶うって気持ち
It took 3 hours, but it picked up finally.
努力の種なんだよ。
そうね。ごめんなさい、お師匠様。
エンジ様は少し強欲さが足りないのよ。欲しいもののためにはどこまでも。手に入れるまで絶対に諦めないという根性が足りない。ウリュウ、そんなことないよ。エンジェは頑張ってるよ。
ありがとう。
What Ange needs to do is rob a bank and take everything she needs by
何の
force.
足しにもならないもんね。
Am I wrong or am I right?
頑張るしか道はないのよ。努力するわ。歯を食いしばってね。そして必ず夢を叶えるわ。絶対に。
ウリュウ、エンジェ偉いよ。頑張ろう。僕もママも応援する。ええ、応援します。主が強欲であればあるほど私たちの価値も上がるというもの。それよりエンジ様、せっかく10人も集まったんだし、みんなでしりとりでもして遊ぼうって提案がありまして。負けたら罰ゲーム。私に耳をかじらせて。
もうあんたの頭に
Yeah, why? Okay, Beelzebub is a right? That's Beelzebub. I didn't get that wrong.
そろそろ
I might have gotten it wrong.
でも大丈夫ですか？
No, it's Beelzebub. Beelzebub is a fucking cannibal.
やだやだやだ。
All she does is want to eat people.
ずっとお勉強終わるの待ってたのに遊んでもらえないなんてやだ。
悪くない提案と思います。たまには遊ぶのも頭の良い柔軟になるかと。
ベルフェが司るのは怠惰だっけ？もっともらしいことを言ってるけど、うまいことを言ってるわね。
失礼しました。エンジェ様は勤勉でおられる。
エンジさえ良ければ私もみんなと遊びたいな。みんなでワイワイ、きっと楽しい。
フリュウ、エンジェエンジェ、遊ぼう遊ぼう。みんなでしりとりをや
I
ろ
don't want to play.
では、サクタロのウリュウからスタートで、この場合何からになるの？リュ？ユ？
Okay, thank God. I was about to say, I don't know what the fuck this game is now. Shiritori is a Japanese word game. Players take in turns to say words, and each word must begin with the last Japanese character of the previous word, forming a chain. Only nouns are allowed, and accidentally saying a word that ends with the character N loses you the game, because no Japanese word begins with N. A word like ninja, for example, begins with ni, not n. The exact rules for what is allowed and what exactly constitutes the last character often vary and need clarification. So I can't say cone. Or cannon. Or Shannon. Which one's the harder one? You got it. Is that the harder one?
じゃあ私が一番。リュウから行くね。時計のネジのリュウズ。
Watch crown? The fuck is a watch crown? The fuck? Watch crown. What the fuck? I would have never thought that was what a part of a watch was. Why? Okay, the fucking guy who wrote Umineko is really big-brained. Fucking watch crown, the stupid dial that you use to turn the watch. I know what a damn lute is. Watch crown. Fucking bullshit.
なんだかさっきから難しいのばっかりね。というか 順番どうなってるの？次は誰？
ウリュウ、誰でもいいと思うよ。思いついた人順でいいよ。何それ、面白いね。いっぱい言えた人が勝ち？早口しりとりだね。
Alright, zebra. Zoo. Zucchini?
ペカブのパスタ。どれも美味しそう。3つもいっちゃった。
ベルゼ3点獲得。
Holy shit. Of course it's food. Of course it's food. Why wouldn't it be? Non-Japanese words.
何でもありになっちゃうわ。最後のはダメよ。1点減点。目からよ。
じゃあマリアね。メレンゲ。
Meringue?
ゲうりゅ
George. That starts with G-E.
埋め立て地、地下室。ざっとこんな感じ。
Reclaimed land.
なんだか品のない単語ばっかり。
Bait it? What the fuck are these words, dude?
何よ。じゃあ品のいい単語で続けてみなさいよ。
Royalty.
3点ね。次はつよ。つ。
Tsunami.
しりとり初めて。
Did I think I did that right. Tsunami.
うりゅう。全然わかんないけど面白い。うりゅう。
Sumatori as well, I guess. I've played normal Shiritori before, but I've never experienced it. Okay. There's only the lively seven sisters, Maria, One-chan, Sakutaro, and me. I'm now surrounded by friends that are so fun to be with. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone didn't change the fact that I was still locked up in an academy without a single friend in my class. But despite that, I'm able to have such a fun and lively time. I'll also become a witch like Maria One-chan, and someday I'll add my family to this fun circle. Dad, Mom, and Oni-chan, and if possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan, and the other relatives. I'll call everyone here without a single person missing, and we'll all gather together.
それが私の。
I will take over the world.
そうよ。私はそれを叶えるまで絶対にくじけない。
エンジ様はきっと大魔女になられます。
Isn't somebody supposed to come up with a word?
我ら煉獄の七姉妹はその日まで常に
Why are you like the like right hand bootlicker?
いつまでも私の力になってくれる？
Why that one?
だって私エンジ様の友達じゃないですか。
そうね。常に全員揃ってみんなで遊びましょう。今もこれからもずっとずっと。
Just so you know, I still don't care about this.
夢を叶えられる日まで。
But I'm energized now. The lively 10-person game of Shiritori alongside a street cut off from time under the constantly bright rays of the sun could have continued forever.
マジほんと。どういうわけ、後ろ宮さん。
Is she getting beat? In the end, I wasn't able to get a very good grade on my test. I tried memorizing things in my own way, but if you could manage anything by cramming the night before a test, no one would ever worry about tests. I fucking did! I never worried about shit! I would take my notes, I'd read it, and go, bam, my memory's good enough. All that shit can go out the window once I'm done.
あらかじめ問題が分かってたら普通楽勝じゃない？楽勝。
さすがの私たちも空欄に答えまでは書き込みませんでしたわ。その程度はお勉強してくれると信じてましたから。
何これ？ちょっとマジこれ信じらんない。ほとんどダメじゃない。あんた本当にちゃんと予習したわけ？一応。一応ってレベルじゃありませんことよ。後ろ宮さん。
Why don't we just hit her a few more times? We don't need to insult her test scores. Let's just stomp her out a little bit more. Stomp a mudhole, walk it dry,
こんな
walk.
簡単なテストすら無残な成績を残し、クラス全体の平均点をガタ落ちさせる彼女をどうかお許しください。
Laugh it up! The same test had been given in another class first. That test paper had been obtained, so the average score for our class had been unusually high, enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things I had no excuse for. If I'd spent that entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After that, on that day, I spent the whole time having fun playing Shiritori with the seven sisters, Sakutaro and Onechan. As expected, the winner had been Maria Onechan. She was a strong player thanks to her wide knowledge of trivia. Sakutaro had gotten the punishment game. He spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, completely forgoing to think of any himself. Because of that, he'd been squished by the seven sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, hadn't he? How good does lion taste? I think I need to poach me a lion. They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. They were annoying, smelly. Okay, so describing the average Twitter user. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, an exasperated expression on her face.
相変わらずおかしな学校ね。自分の成績が良かったなら万々歳じゃないの？
連帯責任とやらのせいでしょ。彼女らにとって自分の成績がどうこうじゃなくて、クラスの平均点が低くて恥ずかしい方が問題なのよ。あるいはその結果、罰則として与えられる奉仕活動が嫌で仕方ないのかもしれない。
それってつまり成績を良くしたいから勉強してるとかじゃなくて、連帯責任や奉仕活動が嫌だから勉強してるって意味？
妬ましくて恥ずかしいのよ。誰かより劣りたくない。恥ずかしめられたくない。そんな気持ちだけが彼女らを勉強に駆り立ててる。勉強がしたければ勝手にすればいいのに、騒がしいやつら。
つまるところ、連帯責任も奉仕活動もなければ、彼女らは勉強などする気もないわけだ。勉強の意味も知らず勉強することの、なんと愚かしいことか。
Yeah, you guys are all stupid when you can't retain anything you've learned from high school. So about that wrestling knowledge, you got any questions? Because that's the only thing I got. I hope that she said that out loud. Sorry, everyone. I don't know why you're so shameful. Kill them. Murder. Murder.
こいつらとはやがて煉獄の山で再会するわ。第五感を抜けるときはせいぜい己が足元に注意することね。
Mammon controls the fifth terrace of the mountain that reaches to heaven, Mount Purgatory. Since she's saying this, she can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven won't be an easy one. No, on the contrary, let them just fall into hell. While we let them go to hell now. The class committee went to the student council and applied to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group. A wonderful little gathering so that they could all surround me and make me study. I'm so grateful I could cry. Which meant that every day all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon would be stolen. The academy and its student council, with its theme of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I was no longer able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course it didn't turn out like such a naive illusion. After school in the classroom, dozens of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show regret for my actions. Of course, there's no way for me to respond when asked a question like that. They've loathed me all this time, and they've rejected me and kept me at a distance, preventing me from joining in on their community. So I've avoided their community myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict for either of us that way. So even in this group that was still enthusiastic about raising the class average, they obviously kept me at a distance. Even if I tried to join in, they would probably ignore me like they always did in the past.
言ってくれれば私たちいくらでも教えてあげたよ。ねえ。
They're getting themselves all worked up. I've already had enough of the hypocrisy of their tacked-on
後
excuses.
宮さんの悪いところはね、協調性がないところなのよ。自分さえ良ければいいって思ってる、その考えがいけないのよ。
セールチーアの学び屋に集う者は協調の心を持つように。ちゃんと生徒手帳にも明記されて
Sounds like
ますよ。
communism. And I'm American, which means I'm a capitalist country and I have to destroy communism.
一緒にお勉強しようという意思も生まれると思うの。そここそが後宮さんにお勉強以前に欠けている部分だと思うんだけど、どう思うかしら？
I just don't care.
ねえ、さっきから私たちの話を聞いて。
No, henceforth why I said I just don't care.
私たちはわざわざ放課後に残ってこうしてお話ししているのよ。
I'm so grateful I could cry. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like they were bullying you. They reprimanded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was made to write a letter of remorse and read it out loud. Of course, this was to be done by today. The class committee politely applied to the student council and the staff room for an extension on the use of this classroom. It seems it was accepted right away, which means that starting now, I'll be forced into self-criticism for at least a full 5 hours here. Ushiramiya Ange got a low score on her test and caused trouble for her classmates.
違うでしょ。成績が低くて迷惑をかけたってのは根本じゃないでしょ。
協調性でしょ、協調性。
もう、なんで後宮さんの反省文の書き方まで私たちが指導しなくちゃならないのよ。
Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their directions and erased it. Ushiramiya Ange didn't have a cooperative attitude and caused trouble for her classmates.
ねえ、ちょっと。私たちが言ったのをそのまま書いても意味ないのよ。
Ange, right, I don't fucking care about you. And then that's it. There you go.
反省って意味わかってんの？
自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ意味がないじゃない。自分の言葉で書かなくちゃ。
後宮さんってちょっと不思議な子
If I was in a school like this, I would have punched one of them by now. I would have snapped. I would have snapped. I would be the quiet kid who would end up not being the quiet kid any longer, if you know what I mean. Even following their directions didn't change the jeers much, now it felt like they were mocking me. So for several more hours without rest, without even being allowed to go to the bathroom, much less dinner, I was continuously abused. I was coerced into writing a paragraph that humiliated myself. At about 9 that night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their orders. So while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I'd been coerced into writing them down and even coerced into reading them aloud. Even after all this time, I was surprised to learn that, beyond just ignoring people and hiding their things, there are other ways to bully people.
ほら、早く読み上げなさいよ。後宮さんのためにこれだけの人間がこんなに遅くまで付き合ってるのよ。少しは感謝したら？
そこで感謝の気持ちが湧かないという時点でもう協調性がかけらほどもないのよね。
大丈夫よ、後宮さん。これからは私たちがいつも一緒にいてあげるから。一緒にお勉強して生まれ変わりましょう。ね？
It looks, as I stood by my seat surrounded by them, I dropped my gaze towards the blackened page. It looks like this is for... It looks like this is a job for my 10 Glocks! And then, I spoke those humiliating words, but right away jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read it. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. I saw the girls surrounding me twist and bend. I saw them twist and bend into the impression I had of them. In other words, that was my true field of vision. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes. Then fucking kill these people right now. I'll go to prison. I'll be treated better there. Maria, Onechan, and Sakutaro were looking at me with sad eyes. Probably because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads. Maybe there's still death penalty in Japan. If so, guess what? I'll just go to purgatory with you motherfuckers. Oh, you should speak. What were you doing with people in a ceremony? Fucking torturing them. Hypocritical.
エンジェ様、ここはご自身の名誉のために怒り狂うことが許される場面です。怒りは正当な感情で正当な反応。ここで怒らなかったらどこで怒るんですか。やめなさいよ。安っぽくエンジェ様を怒らせないで。それができたらもうやってるわよ、エンジェ様は。
怒って状況が改善できるならそうすべきだ。だが客観的に判断してそれはますますに状況を悪化させるだけだろう。屈辱的だが今は耐えるのが賢明だ。
さすがベルフェネーは代打やってます。
ふざけないでよ。私は耐えられない。こいつらが許せない。
みんな騒がないで。エンジェの負担になっちゃうよ。
Oh, shut up.
何言ってんのよ。
Go to the wizard down the yellow brick road and tell me what you want.
されているのを見て冷静でいられるほど残酷じゃない。エンジェ様、そんな侮辱の文章を読む義務はありません。怒りの声を上げられないならせめてその屈辱の文面を床に叩きつけて。
口汚く罵らなくていい。のけぞらせるほどの大声を上げなくていい。ただ渾身の力でそのノートを床に叩きつけて。それだけのことでエンジェ様は強い意志を示すことができる。
Then she's gonna go to therapy because they're gonna be like, oh, she's too angry all the time.
エンジェ様だってとっくにやってる。
一時の感情の爆発は何も解決しない。
She's gotta go to counseling after the study session. So Ange is schizophrenic. Beelzebub, shut the fuck up, okay? I almost dropped my phone again. Someone tugged at my hair. I was torn back into my tragic reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the Seven Sisters speaking on my behalf in my heart. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off and I could hear the sound of it rolling on the ground. One of them was going to stomp on it. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy was rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again.
なんで私たちがこんなに真剣に話してるのにいつも聞いてないわけ？
右の耳から左の耳ってやつ？それとも馬の耳に念仏かしら？あんたいい加減にしてよね。
私たち全員に迷惑かけてるって自覚本気であるの？ 私たちに言われてるからいやいや書いたとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。
Well, that's exactly what she did.
できるまでマジで終わんないからね。今日だけじゃないよ。明日も明後日もマジで続くからね。あんまり舐めてんじゃないわよ。
つーかさ、なんでまだ生きてんの？生きてられる？普通。私なら死んじゃうね。
Alright, then kill yourself, bitch. Let's see what you say now.
だってさ、生きてるだけで迷惑かけてるだけでしょ。
Oh, I'm telling you right now, I'd snap. I think one person might be dead at that point. If I was getting treated like this, I might have thrown somebody through a fucking window.
エンジ様？
こいつら全員今すぐ殺してよ、あんたたち。ルシファー、聞こえた？
Oh shit!
あんたたち煉獄の七姉妹は人間なんかあっという間に皆殺しにできるすごい。
Is anybody even still watching this, or is my view counter broken?
私にそう自慢していたわ。ならやって。今すぐこいつらを皆殺しにして。今すぐこの場で。
それは。
For some reason, Lucifer hesitated.
どうしてよ。
You're still watching. Holy fuck. So So my view counter isn't broken, I don't think. So who did I yell at last stream? I guess that's a question only for God.
目にも止まらぬ速度で飛び回って魔女の敵の心臓を即座に貫く必殺の家具でしょ。そしてそれを主である私が命じてる。今すぐ実行しなさい。殺して。こいつらをみんな殺せ。エンジェ様、どうか落ち着いて。
If they had immediately followed my brutal order, making heaps of corpses with me at the center. I was ready to reflect on my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily, ready to regret and repent just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to do that, and yet Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face and didn't move to carry out my order. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. Vaguely. No, that's not right. I've known from the beginning. I've known that magic was all empty this whole time, haven't I? Get fucked, Seven Sisters. You should start killing some fools.
最初から知ってたんだから。
エンジェ様。
I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and pain seemed to accompany that gaze. As though she was being assaulted with a violent headache, Lucifer grasped her head with both arms. But it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my gaze, so she was assaulted with a pain that grew more and more violent. See ya, fuckers. Have fun wherever your imagination came from, you bitch.
あんたなんて大嫌い。消えてしまえ。あんたなんて所詮私の中の妄想じゃない。
And that's what did it right there. There they all go. Hopelessness and disappointment, resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound like you'd hear from a frozen lake surface during a fierce winter rang out just once. At the same time, oh hell yeah, Lucifer's form, which was being tormented by a violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. What? It's almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and churned white from the countless fissures. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Oh hell yeah, Shud. There they go. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and as the head and arms collapsed, it could be a bit to the floor.
知女は誰？レビアタン？私の命令を実行して、今すぐに こいつらを皆殺しにして。
Do it. You will all die if you don't carry out my orders. I rule the world. You say no, then perish. I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or an answer. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're going to say anything else, there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan also turned white due to countless cracks throughout her whole body, she fell over backwards, splitting into separate parts along her neck, hips, and arms. If she'd been smashed to bits and lost her original form, it probably wouldn't have seemed so brutal. So seeing the two of them halfway left over made the remaining younger sister shake even harder. Listen to my pleas! No excuses! Kill! Kill! You destroyed my family, and now you can't do it? Die! You all will perish! Alhelia's son! As she clenched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down. Apparently the neck is the most slender part after all. Her head slid off and rolled over to Belphegor's feet. I only need one of you. Number 4. Number 5. Tell me your excuse. As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they'd been able to obey my order, they probably would have carried it out immediately. And yet here they were, crouching down, empty, sad, and pathetic. That's right, I've known. These girls can't even touch reality with one of their fingers. I mean, I have a mic that doesn't work still in my basement. It was the first mic that I ever had, and that's why I had to use a stupid headset mic for the Mafia videos for the first, like, few. And then I got this mic, and this mic actually works, which is way better than a headset mic. If we want to, I could really switch to the headset mic so you can just understand how bad it is compared to what this mic is. But that's up to, that ain't up to me, that's up to God and others.
染めるならば我ら煉獄の七姉妹どこまでも
I don't want to kill them myself. I want you to kill.
からあんたたちに頼んでるんでしょ。
You don't understand my purpose.
できないことをできるからあんたたちは核なんでしょ。
ええ、家具です。使われてこそ家具です。どうぞ我らを使って殺してください。殺すのはあなたです、エンジェ様。エンジェ様が殺したいと言うならどうぞご自由に。ためらうことはありません。どうぞ今すぐにそれを実行を。そこまでの覚悟が伴って初めて、自らの手を汚す覚悟があって初めて、我らはそれをお手伝いいたしましょう。でもエンジェ様はそれに至っていないんです。
My quota for death is getting fulfilled.
もう分かってるわよ。皆まで言わせないでよ。あんたたちには何もできない。あんたたちは所詮私の妄想、幻想、悪チーム。私には初めから友達なんて一人もいないわ。孤独な私が心の中に生み出したお友達ごっこの幻想。
Schizophrenia, she finally learned.
そうですよ。エンジェ様の頭の中の幻想ですけど何か。はい、そうです。私たちは友達のただ一人もいやしない。寂しい寂しいエンジェ様の心を慰めるためだけに生み出されたお友達ごっこの脳内妄想ですが何か。見たければ現実を見るといい。私たちなんか見ないで、あそこで囲まれて罵声を浴びせられているあなたに戻るといい。ほらほら戻りなさいよ。おかえりなさいな現実に。都合のいい時だけ私たちを呼び出してお友達ごっこで自分の手を汚す覚悟もないくせにそれをけしかけダメと分かったら否定して消し去る。ええ、どうぞお楽しみくださいよ。エンジェ様が期待されるように
Oh, she's fucking petty,
声
dude.
と悲鳴を上げて退場しますとも。エンジェ様がたった今浴びせられている罵声を私たちにも同じように浴びせかけて胸の内をスーッとさせるがいいです。それもまた家具の役目。ムカついて床に叩きつけられることもまた椅子の大事なお役目ですから。その程度のことで主の不機嫌を一時でも受け止められたなら家具としてこれほどの栄誉はありません。
So when I throw my controllers, they're really going like, yes, I served him well. They probably enjoy it, the freaks. At the end, Mammon had a mocking expression on her face, but for some reason it looked splashed with tears. Oh yeah, Sean. Y'all fucking die. What? Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus were smashed and fell to the floor. Oh, you're next. As my good friend Goldberg would say, you're next.
こっちへおいで作太郎。今のエンジェは少し冷静じゃないだけ。だから近寄っちゃダメ。
Oh no, I know who I'm going for now.
七姉妹のみんなは生きてるの？死んじゃったの？
大丈夫だよ。とても無残な姿だけど、あれは人間界を強制退去させられて残されたよりしろの残滓。抜け殻だよ。だから大丈夫。とても傷ついただろうけど無事だよ。みんな生きてるよ。きっといつかまた会えるよ。
ウリュ、よかったよかった。
エンジェはマリアージュ・ソルシエールの条約に違反した。同盟の魔女はお互いを敬い認め合わなくちゃならないのに、こんなひどいこと。みんなエンジェの大切なお友達だったのに。
そんな魔女の同盟なんて関係ない。魔法のお友達？いい加減にして。 私が殺したわ。消し去った。私が七姉妹を砕け散らせた。
Oh, I want to say the same.
そんなのひどいよ。ひどいよ。
もう魔女ごっこはいい加減にして。お願いだから。マリアお姉ちゃんもサク太郎も自ら消えてほしい。私が殺して消したなんて妄想の中ですらしたくないから。
But I'll do it. I'll do it myself, and you don't have to.
なんかじゃないよ。エンジェのお友達だよ。ウリュウ。
Sakutaro said that as he hid behind Maria Onechan sobbing. Sakutaro doesn't exist. Sakutaro is also an imaginary creature Onechan created to distract herself from her loneliness.
ウリュウ。痛い。痛いよ。マリア。
Thank you, Goldberg, for spearing and giving a jackhammer to this fucker.
なんでウリュウ。
やめて。私のお友達を否定することだけは。
Oh, well then why don't you go too, little bitch? The same power that had smashed the Seven Sisters was probably eating into Sakutaro as well. But Maria Onechan was apparently protecting him with some other power, so Sakutaro's form didn't break and scatter. Onechan glared at me sharply. It was a serious expression that I'd never seen before.
サク太郎は私の家具。エンジェには消せないよ。なのに否定しようとするのは魔女にとって最大級の侮蔑も同じだよ。
サク太郎なんて最初から存在しないわ。ただのライオンのぬいぐるみ。それをお姉ちゃんがあたかも存在するかのように脳内で妄想して人格化したただの幻なのよ。
そんなことないよ。サク太郎はマリアのお友達なの。元はぬいぐるみだけど。
Okay, Sakutaro isn't, but now you're next!
ぬいぐるみだわ。布と綿でできたぬいぐるみ。
One of those is making it into the video.
お姉ちゃんはそれを腹話術みたいにして喋ってるだけじゃない。それが魔法？それが魔女？それが友達？そんなの私は認めないわ。
ウリュウ。
I don't know why, but I feel like I blacked out for like a few minutes.
僕じゃないの。僕はただのぬいぐるみで本当は喋れなくてマリアのお友達じゃないの。リュウ。
As though struck with a high fever, Sakutaro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to Onechan's body, he did all he could to continue standing. But his body began to gradually slip down. As he did, Onechan held him, yelling at me as tears streamed down her face. Well, you're saying ooh now again. Burn! Show me magic exists and I'll believe in it.
サク太郎なんかいないよ。ぬいぐるみはぬいぐるみだもん。布と綿でできてるってママに習ったもん。歩いたり喋ったりなんかできるわけないよ。ウリュウ。サク太郎。サク太郎。ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。ぬいぐるみじゃないもん。友達だもん。ぬいぐるみ遊びなんかよりみんなでお外で遊ぶ方がいい。ぬいぐるみもう飽きた。エンジなんかもう知らない。なんでそんなこと言うの。嫌い嫌い嫌い嫌い大嫌い。絶好だ絶好だ。
Oh, well then she had a grudge against you the whole time.
原初の魔女見習いマリアの名に
ソルシエール魔女同盟より署名とする。
And then, what had been peaceful days to me became a daydream and ended. By now, it's impossible to prove. No one can verify whether that really was magic or whether those really were my friends, or else nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that they were a daydream, so that became the truth. Perhaps in the farther future I'll observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I'll acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, that the seven sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria Onechan and Sakutaro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague is neither the truth nor an illusion. Maybe the reality here and now is the only world with the real me. Where is the real me? The person standing amidst the girl's exposed wreckage that resembles broken glass sculptures. That girl is breathing harshly, her shoulders heaving, isn't me. I'm over there. The me that's surrounded by a crowd and being showered by jeers and who's hanging her head, her eyes red, isn't the me over there. The real me. I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere left to run. I'm going back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh.
ねえ、話聞こえてますかしら？いつまでもうつむいていても何の解決にもなりませんわよ。
I'm crying at how fucked up I am. And how I'm not cooperative.
このまま黙ってれば終わるとか、泣けば許してもらえるとか、そういうこと考えてるんじゃないの？あんた、自覚あるかって聞いてるのよ。自分が周りに迷惑かけてるって自覚があるのかって聞いてんのよ。
I slowly nodded. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged I had slipped into the world of my daydream, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. To separate myself from and disgrace those sisters who spoke to me with reliable and kind words, despite being totally unable to help when I really wanted them to. I acknowledged that. I also acknowledged my tribal chief.
過度の劣等感を持っていたからに他なりません。私は生きてても仕方ありません。
Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph they made me write. It was me improvising, and it was what was in my heart. They noticed that wasn't what they'd anticipated, but while they did frown, no one spoke, so I continued.
そうです。私は生きてても仕方がなかった。1986年のあの日に、私も連れて行ってもらうはずだったんです。なのに、私だけが連れて行ってもらえなかった。どうして私はここにいるのでしょう。ここは私のいる世界じゃない。誰も助けてくれません。一時、私の中に生まれた架空の友人たちだけが私を助けてくれるような気がしていました。でも友人たちは所詮は妄想で、助けてなどくれなかった。だってここは
Yeah, we didn't ask you to say all that, so can we wrap this up?
別の世界だから。
We're fucking hungry.
つまり私は今日までずっと白チュームを見続けてきたわけです。現実のクラスメートを嫌い、妄想の友人たちとの交流の中だけに生きた。その友人たちとはさっき決別しました。だから私はここにいます。家族もいません。友人も捨てました。もう私には何も残っていません。どうして死なないの？さっきそう聞いた人がいました。その通りだと思います。どうして私は生きてるんでしょう。1986年に私は死んでいるはずだったんです。いえ、きっと死んだんです。なのに私の殺された魂は未だにこの肉の檻に閉じ込められている。だから誰かに残
I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls whose faces seemed to be saying, what the heck is this kid talking about? That's what I'd be doing. I'd be standing there going, look, yeah, all fun and all. Can we actually get dinner? We're hungry. And a bit late, more and more girls with faces that said, is this girl alright? Whisper, chatter, and then giggle. When I ordered the friends of my daydream to kill, they couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill me, but of course these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't this mean that, including this world, absolutely everything is a daydream? Then there's no problem, right? After all, on that day when I lost my family, I was already dead. Everything that happened afterwards is going on in my head, my life flashing before my eyes after I failed to die. Once I understood that, it felt like the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. Yeah, I'll finally wake up. I'll be released from this daydream world. I feel my consciousness sliding away. That's alright. Fade farther and farther away and take me to my family. Then, no matter what happens in this twisted, stale world, I won't mind it at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as the teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to notice the strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Watching that, I knew that an ally had appeared for me, even if there was only one, and I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who could save me in the world of reality are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek rescue from daydreams. This is the world of humans. Nothing can save a human, except other humans. I wish you would. There's someone I know who claims their mom was a witch. If I ever said that before, I'm saying it again. Or is a witch. Still don't believe it. Still have not seen any proof. I've asked him to show me proof. If Ange just remembers, we'll always be by her side. And the one thing he said is, I can take a picture of her tarot cards. I can have tarot cards. Show me actual proof. Have her do like a ritual or something. Have her in some way prove to me that she is a witch and can do things. And I'm not talking like magic. I'm talking like, oh hey, I can sense spirits type witch or something. Show me that. Talking about tarot cards, show me proof. And until then, we'll be waiting. Oh yeah, Shad, show me proof that your mom's a damn witch. What? Why are we still in here? Oh my god, I'm tired of seeing you. Sakutaro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears and it looked as though it had even lost all traces of sadness.
ジェなんか嫌い。ウリュ、マリアごめんね。マリアごめんね。ウリュ。
Sakutaro regretted doing that. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he'd caused her to be overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakutaro tried hugging Maria, letting go of her, gazing at her uneasily, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. In the end, that was enough to distract Maria from her sadness.
もう泣いても仕方ないもんね。エンジェとは喧嘩しちゃったけど、マリアにはまだたくさん友達がいるよ。僕だけじゃない。
I've never had an imaginary friend. I made one up just because I knew everyone else had one as a kid. I was like, okay, I'll just make one up. And then that's it. Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having an idle chat. I remember someone asking me what his name was. I was like, I don't know, Mike. And then that's it. That's all I said. I was like, I don't fucking know. I don't know their name. Like, I'm just made it up. Like, I didn't think anybody would ask me. And I remember at one point someone asked me, so you don't see Mike anymore, right? I'm like, first of all, I was thinking I never saw him, but I need to make up some story. No, he went to China for work. That was the story I made up. And guess what? It didn't matter, because I didn't see him in the first place. I never had imaginary friends. I never saw shit. I never was like, oh, my stuffed animal are friends. I'm going to make them talk. I got bored of doing that when I was like 6. Maybe as a baby, I was like, oh, but when I was able to speak, I was like, man, what's this shit? This is stuffed animal. This shit can't speak. What the fuck am I even talking about?
みんなはエンジェみたいにいなくならない？ならないよ。僕たちはいつだって一緒だよ。本当に？サクタロたちは家でしか一緒じゃないよ。ママと一緒にお出かけできないし、学校にも一緒に行けないよ。僕たちは学校に行っちゃいけないから、先生に見つかったら怒られちゃうもん。でも見つからないならいつだって一緒にいていいんだよ。サク太郎、大きいから見つかっちゃうね。だったら小さくて持ち歩ける子と一緒に行けばいいよ。例えばほら、森の音楽隊の仲間たちなら、ほら、小さいからマリアのポケットに隠れて一緒に学校に行けるよ。音楽隊いっぱいいるよ。ポケットに入りきらないよ。
She collected all of the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There are about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it'd probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket.
なら、特に仲良しのお友達だけを連れて行くといいよ。森の音楽隊の中で一番マリアと仲良しのウサギの4人組を連れてくといいよ。4つならポケットに入る。うん、これなら見つからないね。だからマリアはこれで学校でも一人ぼっちじゃないよ。僕が一緒に行けないところでもこの子たちなら一緒にいてくれるよ。なら寂しくないかも。お家に帰ってくるまで我慢できるかも。ママと先生にさえ見つからなければ僕たちはいつだって一緒にいられるんだよ。そしていつまでも一緒にいよう。遊んでいよう。僕たちはマリアを絶対に一人。
I want a teacher and her mom to bust in right now and be like, what is that? Maria's expression finally regained a little of its brightness. That's right. In the beginning, Maria's world didn't have Ange in it. I was about, you know what? For now on, your name isn't Ange. Even without Angle, it was fun with everyone. Your name is now Angle. Because fuck it. If I'm calling somebody Virginia, I'm calling you Angle. And yet, strangely enough, it suddenly became sad without Angle, who had come in at the end. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Angle entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about. I'll probably just say Ange in like 20 minutes anyway.
ソルシエールはマリアとベアトリーチェだけの二人きりの同盟。もともとベアともエンジェを加えるのには反対してたし、これでいいんだもんね。エンジェはまだ幼すぎたんだよ。エンジェのことはまた仲良しになれるまで当分を忘れていていいと思うよ。マリアがまた元気を取り戻せたら一緒に遊べばいいよ。それまで僕たちみんながずっとそばにいるからね。ありがとう、サク太郎。みんな。
Then Maria once again regained her former world. She regained the world that wasn't lonely, where she was surrounded by many friends. Just like usual, she didn't have any human friends at school, but her magic friends were always with her. The rabbit band she hid in her pockets talked with her during class, sounding like they were having fun. Just listening to that greatly embellished the time she spent in class. Maria made it so that as long as Mama and the teacher didn't find out, her other friends could always be with her. When Mama told Maria to go play outside, Maria would secretly pack Sakutaro and Sasuke and the rest into her bag, like Naruto, the other ones, into her bag and play together at the library or somewhere. Even when Mama was late coming home and Maria went shopping for dinner, she always went with Sakutaro. The man at the convenience store and the other people were nice to Sakutaro. He sometimes gave a second portion free for Maria and Sakutaro. When Mama found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. When the teacher found out, Maria would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakutaro looks like a normal stuffed animal to them. After all, the convenience store man and the others say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are hopeless. There are tons of people who, unlike Ange and Mama and teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can.
Maria-chan kai? いらっしゃい。今夜もママは帰りが遅いのかい？
うん。でも、サク太郎たちも一緒だから寂しくないの。ねえ、サク太郎。ウリュウ。今日はね、僕だけじゃないんだよ。他のお友達も一緒なんだよ。
おや、他のお友達かい？今日はどんなお友達が一緒なんだい？
今日はね、森の音楽隊のウサギさんたちも一緒。ほら、ポケットに入ってるの。
Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at it, smiling, he sent a signal to a part-timer with his chin. Then the sign on the other register that said closed was taken down, and a voice called out for everyone to move over there. All of the people in line behind Maria lined up behind that one.
そうかそうか。マリアちゃんにはお友達がいっぱいだね。ママも早く帰ってきてくれればいいのに。
ママはまたお仕事が忙しくて会社にお泊まりなの。最近はよく忙しくて。
Which is a bold-faced lie.
マリアと電話でお話
She's busy fucking men.
全然取れない。でも寂しくないよ。マリアにはサク太郎たちがいるもん。ねえ。ウリュウ。ウサギの音楽隊のみんなも一緒だもん。ほら。キューキュー。
ウサギの鳴き声ってキューキューだったっけ？はて、そういや聞いたことないな。
After smiling at Sakutaro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, she played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Although the shop manager gazed at this pleasantly, he had slightly pitying look on his face. This was apparently a single mother household where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched her play around happily with her dolls and claimed that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, this wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become quite famous in the shopping district.
マリアちゃん、たまにはおでんも食べなさい。卵とか練り物とか食べないと大きくなれないよ。
おお、クリームパンじゃダメ？ウリュウ、いろいろ食べないと大きくなれないよ。今日はおでんにしよう。お、じゃあおでんにする。
そうしなさい。おじさんが多めに入れておくよ。からしいる？
ウリュウ。
Mustard or ketchup?
じゃあこぼさないように持って帰りな。温かいうちが美味しいよ。
ありがとう。
She had planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner, but since Odin had been recommended to her, she'd be having that tonight instead. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide what her dinner would be on her own, so it was easy for the menus to get a little one-sided. So it felt fun to have a meal she hadn't anticipated.
ウリュウ、おじさん、おまけしてくれてありがとう。
お家にいる他のお友達にもよろしくね。途中でつまみ食いしちゃダメだよ。まっすぐお家へ帰ってから食べるんだよ。
おじさん、ありがとう。
Maria raised the bag with the Odin container high, and it all fell out and dumped on her head, and she was burned alive!
あれ、ウリュ？どうしたの、マリア？ポケットに鍵がない。
Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched all over her body. The key to the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket, so there's no way she had put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. Unsurprisingly, it wasn't there.
お財布を出した時に落とした？
She put it in the thing with the rabbits, and she forgot the rabbits on the counter.
お財布を出してしまう時にはちゃんと手応えがあったもん。途中でポケットを探った時にもちゃんと手応えがあった。途中まではあったの。落としてなんかいない。
Even though the late autumn wind had been bearable when Maria had been thinking of returning home where the heater was, now that she was confused and had lost her key, that wind tormented her. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakutara was in upside down, but the key didn't come out. Someone robbed a small child. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there? When I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Why? Maria was cold and frustrated and angry, and she stamped on the ground. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but that didn't lessen her frustration. At the same time, her tears poured out. That's why you have many places of entry into a house. It wasn't her fault, so it was someone else's fault. But Maria didn't know who that someone was and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger.
ウリュウ、きっと途中で落としたんだよ。探そう。来た道を戻って探そう。せっかくおでん買ったのに、卵とかおまけしてもらったのに、あったかいうちに食べられない。マリア、悔しいけど探そう。誰も悪くないよ。探そう。
Maria finally lent an ear to Sakutaro's words and began to trot back down the road she had come on. The wind was colder than before, and it felt like it was blowing in through the corners of her jacket in a mean way.
しっかり足元を見て探そう。そして早くお家に帰って暖房で温まりながらおでんを食べよう。きっと美味しいよ。ない。
As Sakutaro encouraged her, Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet. But unsurprisingly, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but her hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin had cooled down completely. Even though she had been told it would be delicious when warm, she hadn't been able to eat it. Even though that man had given her so much free stuff.
泣かないで。ママは今夜帰ってこないんだよ。頑張って探そう。なんで見つからないの？マリア、泣かないで。頑張って探そう。マリア。
Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she clutched Sakutaro and held the bag of Odin, returning once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because more and more houses and stores had turned their lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store.
マリアちゃん、鍵まだ見つからないのかい？
鍵ない。
お母さん、今日は泊まりだっけ？鍵ないとお家入れないの？
入れない。
そりゃ困ったね。交番には行ってみた。届いてるかもしれないよ。
ママがおまわりさんに話しかけられてもお話ししちゃダメって言った。
そりゃまたどうして？
It was probably because Rosa would be liable for making such a young girl like Maria watch over the house by herself, and because she knew that this wasn't something that would be permitted by society. So Maria was indoctrinated to changing the stores she bought things at so that she didn't catch the eye of adults, and into saying no more than a greeting to policemen even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told. Instead of considering why she must do that, she was much more concerned with meekly obeying because her mother had told her so. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. In the first place, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone so frequently would make anyone worry. And then, after making the round trip between her home and the store once more and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there.
あの子です。マリアちゃん、鍵見つかったかい？
見つからない。
お嬢ちゃん、お名前は？
The policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer.
お母さんにおまわりさんとお話ししちゃいけないって言われてるの？大丈夫だよ。おじさんは怖くないよ。お嬢ちゃんは晩ご飯は食べた？
買ったけど、お家に入れないから食べられない。
お母さんはどうしてるの？今日は帰ってこないの？お仕事？お母さんの会社の連絡先、わかるかな？
Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, then she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that he'd listen to her story as they ate in the police box. Maria was taken to the police box. She had her Odin heated in a microwave oven, and even salty rice cakes and hot tea were brought out for her. She had been told not to talk to policemen, but after being asked about Sakutaro, she responded, starting to feel that this wasn't a bad person. And anyway, she wouldn't be able to return home now, so she didn't know what to do. She told the mama's work phone number, which she had been told to tell no one of, and to use only in a very, very serious situation. This is a very, very serious situation. In the tatami room inside the police box, as she ate the Odin that was so hot it felt like it would burn her, she watched the policeman making the phone call, easily thinking, "Oh, I'm probably gonna get in trouble."
マリア、ママに怒られるかな。ウリュウ。
I hope she comes home and doesn't do anything. He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock,
営業
grumbling.
時間が終えちゃってるから もしもしもしもし、有限会社アンチローザさんで、こちら小松川警察署千本桜駅前交番でございます。う大館じゃないや、後宮社長さんはいらっしゃいますか？はい。休暇中？
はい。
She's on vacation. She's busy fucking dudes, I'm telling ya. Udaikon is a misreading of the Ushiro Miya kanji. The officer mistook the last kanji, Miya, for Kan. This would also have caused him to pick the wrong reading due to the existence of the word daikon, magistrate. Okay, I don't know what the fuck that is. But, yes.
社長は昨日から3日間休暇になってます。どういったご用件で？
いやいやいや。それで、どちらにおられるかわかりますかね？連絡先とか聞いてたりしませんかね？
ちょっとお待ちいただいてよろしいですか？
She's probably thinking, what the fuck? Yo, why a policeman wants to know how to contact the president?
札幌カニ食い放題って聞きました。いいなあ。寒いとこだと自然と2人の距離も縮まるのよね。連絡先
I think they went to Sapporo and they're fucking.
了解。もしもし。札幌に行ってるそうですけど、連絡先まではちょっとわかりません。ご伝言しますか？
そうですか。参ったな。じゃあ、もし連絡がつきましたら、こちらから電話があったとお伝えできますか？はい。
After that, I was taken to the police department, which was even bigger, and ended up spending the night there. Then they asked me various things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare officer came by and asked about a lot of things. And I was told, you poor thing. When I heard that, I learned for the first time. Am I not getting treated like an actual child should be getting treated? That's when he takes out guitar and throws him against the fucking wall. This kid don't know shit. Then, Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room. But on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions on that other day.
そういう押し付けは困ります。マリアは心が純粋すぎて繊細だから、無神経な子がいたら傷つけられてしまうんです。余計なおせっかいはやめてください。でもね、お母さん、そんなに繊細な子なら、なんで一人で家に放置しておくの？お母さんが一緒にいてあげるべきなんじゃないですか？なるべく一緒にいるようにしています。そんなこと、あなたに指図される覚えはありません。そうですか？この辺のご近所ではとても有名ですよ。お宅のお嬢さんが夜、頻繁に買い物や食事に来るって、みんな気にしてて気を使ってくれてたんですよ。どうしてうちの子だとわかるんですか？子供なんて街中にいくらでもいるじゃないですか。
We can literally put her in front of other people and they will match the fucking description.
それらが全てうちの子だという証拠でもあるんですか？ライオンのぬいぐるみを抱いた女の子がよく夕食を食べに来る、買いに来るって商店街でもとても有名だったんですよ。みんなマリアちゃんのことを思って大切にしてくれてました。時には夜道は危ないからと自宅まで送ってくれる方もいたんですよ。
We have people that can place her at the scene.
ライオンのぬいぐるみなんてどこにでもあります。自宅まで送るなんて余計なお世話です。マリアを誘拐するつもり？マリアに構わないで。マリアは私の子です。私が育ててます。おかしな施設に入れるつもりもまるでありません。余計なおせっかいはやめて。
ウリュウ、ライオンのぬいぐるみって僕のこと？大丈夫だよ。怒られるのはマリアだよ。
Yeah, Sakutaro, sit your stuffed ass down. Maria, you fucking ass. I hit A and it fucking double tapped it. It double tapped. I double tapped A. Maria hugs Sakutaro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully. Fuck you. You know what? Fucking, there you go. Now you can be on auto, bitch.
私はこう見えても会社の社長ですから社員の生活も背負っている一年中仕事で忙しいんですよ休む暇だって
Except you were on vacation for 3 days.
でもこの3日間お休みだったんでしょいや休みなんかじゃありません
Oh, you're caught now. You're caught now.
仕事をしていました他の頼りない社員では片付けられない案件が私には山積みなんです
You're fucking caught now. The cops called.
あなたの会社の人が3日間お休みを取ってますって言ってるのよ彼氏さんと北海道に行ってきたんでしょ娘さんを3日間も置いて彼氏なんて知りません北海道なんて知りません
Yeah, it was Sapporo? Get it right?
なんか証拠でもあるの何よあんた勝手に人の家のことに口を出さないでよ私はマリアを愛してるのよ私には私なり
The cop called and they said that shit. We got it on tape.
私は旅行になんて行ってないわよ仕事してたのよずっとマリアに1秒でも早く会いたくて
Watch that someone at work is straight up trying to frame Rosa for this shit.
会社に泊まり込んでずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっとずっと
That'd be insane if they were trying to frame Rosa.
勝手なこと言わないでもう帰って帰ってよ何なのよあんたは帰って帰って
Yes, son. Rosa raged, her hair flaring wildly. A teacup was knocked over from the force of her standing up. But far louder than that was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, the district welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. At the same time, and the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had already seen her mother in a rage several times before this, but she had never seen her this crazed with anger. When she saw this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body. And then she herself was discovered by the evil being. Maria knew that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank, and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly slapped her on her small shoulders and dropped her gaze towards the stuffed animal Maria was holding, Sakutaro.
マリアあなたあれだけお外にそれを持って行っちゃダメって言ったのに持って行ったのね
ウリュウマリアは悪くないよ僕がついていくって言ったの違うよマリアが寂しいから勝手にサクタロを連れてったのだからママサクタロは悪くないのウリュウマリア
Burn him.
サクタロは悪くないよ
Destroy the lion! Instead of Maria, the brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed at the lion-stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl went shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion-stuffed animal. Because of that, she had become well known in the shopping center.
ぬいぐるみ持ってっちゃダメって言ったでしょどうしてあんたはママの言うことが聞けないのよどうしてどうしてどうしてよどうしてママの言いつけがちゃんと守れないのよ
Isn't the district welfare officer still there? With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Of course, she didn't make direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of the harsh sound certainly beat against her.
お母さん
What the fuck? You're trying to say, oh no, I raised my kid well, and then, while she's still there, you're little shit! You know that, right? I told you not to do this over and over again!
話してよ話せって言ってんでしょ
The district welfare officer had come back to her senses and was pinning Rosa's arms behind her back. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. She hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound.
マリアは悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。だからマリアを叱らないで。サク太郎を連れてったのはマリア。サク太郎は悪くないの。サク太郎は悪くないの。だからサク太郎をそんな怖い目で見ないで。見ないで。マリアを叱らないで。マリアを叱らないで。うりゅ
あんた、さっきから何をやってるの？あんた、そのお人形さんごっこ、外でもやってたの？お店の人の前でもやってたの？だから覚えられちゃうんでしょ？少しは。
So that's why you. Oh my god! You're a fucking idiot! You're a piece of shit! You know that? Man, I feel like she's like Christian Cage right now.
外でお買い物をするとき、ママに内緒でいつも。
I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Rosa doesn't deserve to speak.
ぬいぐるみ語をやめなさい。ぬいぐるみじゃなく、あなたの言葉で喋りなさい。
サク太郎はぬいぐるみじゃないよ。マリアの友達だよ。ぬいぐるみって言わないで。言わないで。
はいはい、わかったわ。サク太郎だったわね、名前。ママに内緒でそのサク太郎人形を持っていつもお買い物に行っていたのね。
Maria admitted it honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakutaro would have said something and take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend.
サク太郎だけ？他には？まさか学校にも何か変なのを持って行ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
You don't have to
お
mention
母さん、
the other things.
お嬢さんは悪くないでしょう。そのキスもおやめなさい。あんたは黙ってなさい。
You stay quiet!
私と娘の話でしょ。ほらマリア、ママの目を見て話をしなさい。ママの
I feel like Rosa is about to just unstrap her fucking vest and show like a fucking bomb vest and just be like, I'll do it! I'll blow it up! I'll blow it all up!
今も持ってるの？
No. Maria fished around in her pockets, pulling out 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. Maria, you are going to get beer bottled with that. She's going to hold all 4 rabbits and just smash them against the side of your skull. You're going to get fucking bottled. The rabbits were her close friends who could be together with her at school in Sakutaro's place. But when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. On a school notice, it had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them. But that's the wrong fucking button now, isn't it? I meant to hit Z for tips. A communication booklet is a notebook with which elementary schoolers in Japan take to school with them, used as a short message communication tool between parents and teachers. For instance, the students will be told to write down information that parents need to know about the next day of classes. Parents can use them to keep teachers informed of lost items, health issues, or requests that their child skips a gym class. And because children tend to go to school in groups, notices of absences or lateness can also be written in them and the booklet handed to the group. And her family was instructed to try and prevent this. But Rosa had rejected that, blaming the teacher and phoning in a protest of her own to the school, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, those at the school had grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she'd brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when the other students caught sight of them, some of the boys had started complaining that only she could bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried to gently send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher decided to overlook it. But now Rosa knew. She had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school. And those at the school had known that she was a disgrace who brought toys to school and played with them as though they were all their only friends. To Rosa, who thought her daughter was just a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was, more than anything else, something she couldn't bear. So she howled, "Oh!" She raged. Why the fuck did I howl? The district welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again. But she only met with Rosa's wrath once more. I swear to God I'm not a furry. Just so you know. I swear to God I am not a furry. If anything, society's making me turn into one, and I don't want to be. But I am not a furry. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon. And when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again, so forcefully that it seemed she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for a second, she immediately froze her harsh breathing and asked Maria.
Maria, そのウサギの音楽隊はマリアの大切なお友達?
No.
そう、4人もお友達がいてよかったわ.
As she said that, Rosa grabbed one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so she could see it very well. And the cute rabbit holding a trumpet was a small doll like a chess piece. She slowly lifted it into the air, and of course Maria's and Sakutaro's eyes also followed it. And then with the speed that the eye couldn't follow, she smashed it against the wall. Not the trumpeter! Ah! He played the trumpet, damn it! She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen, so she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but that hadn't been enough to withstand her mother's fierce rage.
ママの言うことをちゃんと聞かないから一つ壊れちゃったわ。今後ママの言うことを守らないたびにまた一つ壊すからね。覚えておきなさい。
あなた、そんなことするなんて母親ですか?
You think you're a mother? I can be a mother better than you! And then she gets fucking stabbed in the throat.
私も傷ついているのよ。私の傷は誰が責任取ってくれるのよ。誰が？あんたは黙っててって言ってるでしょ。
やめてママ。悪いのはマリア。おばさんを怒らないで。マリアは悪くないよ。僕が悪いの。マリアを怒らないで。うりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅうりゅう。
そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろって言ったでしょ。
She's gonna rip Sakutaro's head off!
気持ち悪いのよ。ぬいぐるみがお友達ってあんた今年でいくつよ。何歳よ。こんなの布と綿の気持ち悪い下手くそなぬいぐるみ。
You made it, you dumbass!
友達いないのあんた。
You're the one who made it!
化け物のぬいぐるみ。
If you call this crap, then I guess all your designs are crap and you shouldn't be CEO, are ya? Huh?
なんであなたにはいつまでもお友達ができないのよ。サタンだからいつまでもクラスで変わり者扱いされてバカにされて。ほんとしっかりしていい加減にして。こんなぬいぐるみ遊び。
This is okay, maybe I should say that one. You know what? I'm gonna keep that one in the pocket. That one's not leaving the pocket. That one's staying firmly in the pocket. Rip his fucking head off! Rip his fucking head off! Oh, is she punching the shit out of him? Mama grabbed a hold of Sakutaro's head and took him from me. Then she smashed him against the wall over and over. Oh, oh, oh.
そのぬいぐるみごっこをやめろっつってんでしょ。こんなぬいぐるみがあるから。だからあんたはいつまでも友達を作らないのよ。
And again, you're the one who gave it to her and made it for her.
こんなぬいぐるみあげなきゃよかった。こんな気持ち悪いぬいぐるみ
Oh, because you don't have a fucking father for your child! We need Pepsi at a time like this. We can make peace. Why is caps lock on again? We need Pepsi Man now. Everything's going insane. For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. Mama pushed my arm aside as I tried to grab Sakutaro and snatch him back. And in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakutaro, twisting him. The red muffler, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came off and fell to the floor. No! You exposed his chest, you pedophile! Sakutaro, who would have been so precious to me, was twisted, smashed, torn at with fingernails so much. He was twisted in pain, his face curving in sadness. Then Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it. Thumbnail. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore it apart. I'm crying. I'm crying right now. In that instant, Sakutaro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy. Weird comparison, but okay. That just reminded me, I was playing Pokemon Heart Gold, and in that game, you have Pokegear that people can call you with. The female character that you can pick called me, because, you know, they always have, like, male-female character. One of them's NPC, one of them's you. The female called me and was like, yo, I have a Marill, and I smelled its scent. And I immediately was like, don't tell me you fucked the Marill. But she didn't. But she also said it smelled like a dust mop. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm not going around smelling fucking dust mops. So my second question was, how do you know what a dust mop smells like? And that's what I just got reminded of when reading Moist Cotton Candy. Is two questions. One, did you fuck the Marill? And two, why are you smelling dust mops? I got a fucking stuffed animal dying and I'm talking about fucking a Pokemon. I swear, I have reached a peak as a streamer and I'm not going back. The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Then, through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly. So I don't have to worry about him anymore. Does that mean that the character has been updated? It has. Lady Maria's pure white heart torn asunder. His broken vessel can only be regenerated by Rosa, the Meister who made him. However, Rosa disposed of all the vessel's scraps and even lost the sewing pattern. On top of this, because his existence was denied by the Meister herself, resurrecting him was impossible. With the Meister's death in 1986, his resurrection was lost forever. Resurrecting him is impossible, even for the endless witch, Beatrice. Rub it in, alright. Yeah, fuck you, Sakutaro. You Kutaru Sakutaro kidnapped. Let me read that. Maba petted Biskek. Giku Guki Kutaro Sakuta O Ekanaped. Ooh. Ooh ah ooh. Ooh ah ooh. Gudaro Sagudaro. Wow wow. Pouring one out for Sakutaro right now. He was a real G. My God, dude, he was a homie. I wish I could pour something out, but my water bottle's been empty for about an hour. So I have nothing to pour out for this motherfucker. But like what I said, you're next. I knew he was the next to die. But no, out of every character here, Sakutaro in this episode was the homie. He was the fucking homie. Because Renov hasn't been showing up too much, so I have to latch on to Sakutaro. I'm fucking hungry. Here, now I can taste lion meat because he's fucking dead. I don't have to poach one now. How am I hungry whenever I stream? I'm always hungry. Every time, I'm fucking hungry. Like, actually. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that no matter what the excuse, it wouldn't be enough to call Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact, that even with all of her own power, even she could not revive Sakutaro. Wait, whose existence? I already forgot about him. I need to piss. So, Sakutaro, I'll pour one out for you in the toilet when I urinate. Alright, I poured one out for the homie in the toilet. I feel like I grabbed this notebook for no reason. I didn't have to grab it. From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet black arms crept out, twisting around Maria as she sobbed in anger. Then massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Maria could not see that, but Beto could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beto knew that. She could see that. Yes, in the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to eat into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms could probably tear Maria into bits easily, but Maria herself couldn't notice. Drowning in a sea of her own tears, she couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest. I want to kill my mom. I would say yes.
あれはママじゃないよ。ママに取り付いた悪い魔女だ。ママの魔女を殺してやる。
よかろう。その力をそなたに与えよう。心美しきそなた、自らに引き裂かれるくらいなら、そなたにその苦しみを与えた心なき母こそよほど引き裂かれるに値する。教えようぞ、そなた、魔女の世界に光さすことなき深淵の奥底。
みんな嫌い嫌い大嫌い。ママも嫌い、エンジェも嫌い。みんな大嫌い。
Isn't that a song by Say Anything? I hate everyone. And if it is, snap point. To the island of the witch, we're going to Rakajima, boys! I had planned on taking a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. Here we are. We're heading to the island. But first, I'm going to look up that song and make sure that I'm right, because I am a fucking music genius. Yeah, hate everyone. And if I remember correctly, I hate everyone. Yep, hate everyone. That's a snapping point. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. There I was welcomed by the shining sun, and a strong sea breeze. A had been doing some stretches on the deck. He must have a lot of time on his hands, too. After all, it'll be several more hours before we reach Nijima. It would only have taken a couple dozen minutes by airplane, but there was a chance that the Nijima airport was under the Sumadera family's web. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor, no questions asked. I'd bumped into a cheery boat captain, treated him generously, and he had decided to help me out, amused.
さっき船長に聞いたら、あと2時間はたっぷりかかるそうです。ま、贅沢は言えねえですな。
いいお天気ね。
That's why you bring a book.
甲板で読書ですか？本が痛みますよ。
A apparently thought this because I was clutching Maria Onechan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it half asleep, which is why I'd come back up still clutching it. Hold on a second. Alright. Terrible. I just witnessed a stuffed animal bleed. Moist cotton candy, which is a sentence I didn't think I would say.
あの島で何があったかなんてどこまで調べても仮説でしかない。メッセージボトルもお姉ちゃんの日記も魔女が闊歩するおとぎ話が記されているだけで何も真実を語らない。お手上げよ。
新島での関係者からの聞き込みに期待するしかないですね。
ウィッチハンターどもが散々質問攻めにしてるでしょうからきっと新事実なんて見つからないわよ。
そこまで期待してないのに、半
Wait.
日も船旅をして新島に行こうなんて
Thumbnail.
実に気まぐれなことです。
Well, let's sit for a little bit. Very late thumbnail to have the island, but well, not really the island because there's like a whole city there, but
調べたっていう自己満足のための旅みたいなものよ。
still don't know which one I prefer. This one hasn't really been too crazy on images.
私も甘えてるつもりはないわ。
その自己満足が終わったらどうするつもりで？
さあ、考えてないわ。 新島に行って関係者に話を聞いて、最後に六軒島に行って花でも捧げたら、私の旅はおしまいね。
Several days have already passed since this journey began. After being told by Berncastle on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I'd left on a journey like trying to grasp a cloud. At that time, I felt as though I'd experienced something mystical and had the feeling that I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. But after several days passed, my excitement died down. On that day, when I stood on the roof of that skyscraper, my heart was completely cornered and dead. So I don't want to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, and cross the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die, and actually stepping forward, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from the witch. The excitement from my jump lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I didn't even consider suspending this journey just because of that. If I stop this journey, it'll mean acknowledging that the message from that witch was an illusion. I felt as though that meant throwing away the promise the witch made. Any chance that someone from my family might come back. So because it was hard to believe that those events were an illusion, I've continued on my journey. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. It's even up to me when to end this journey. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my self-satisfaction. You can read my thoughts. Or did I say that out loud?
傭兵家業で視線をくぐった末に至った答えだったなら、なかなか味わい深いじゃない。
茶化さんでください。俺が言いたいのは、自己も何も自分を認められるのは世の中で自分だけしかいないってことです。
A continued stretching as he spoke in an irritatingly fresh way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher maybe instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible.
そうかもね。人は誰かに認められたくて努力をするわ。多くの場合、それは親ね。親に褒められたくて子供は努力。
The best song is still Fishy Aroma.
だから私は覚えなかったわけだけど。
すんません。そういうつもりで言ったんじゃないです。俺が言いたいのは、自己満足大いに結構ってことなんです。誰に褒められたって、それを納得できなきゃ意味がない。逆を返しゃ、誰に褒められなくったって自分が納得できりゃそれでいいってことです。
自己満足と向上心って矛盾するから、普通は悪いことって教えられるわよね。天草の論法はなんだか新鮮よ。
誰かに認めてほしくて、だけれど何を努力すればいいのかわからないのが人の世の苦しみです。俺にもそういう頃があった。誰かに認められたくて、でも何を認められればいいかわからなくて、そして何をどこまで努力すれば誰に認めてもらえるかわからなくて、随分と無茶苦茶をやってきたもんです。
それで天草が至った答えが自己満足だっていうの？
聞こえは悪いがそういうことです。我ただ足るを知るってやつですわ。俺がこれでいいと思った人生なら、それはとやかく言われてどうこうってもんじゃない。エンジェさんの人生もこの旅も同じです。エンジェさん以外の誰にもとやかく言う権利なんてない。旅の意味と成果はエンジェさんだけが決める。エンジェさんにとって有意義な旅になったなら、それで十分なんですよ。
あんたってチャラけてる男だと思ってたけど、たまに変なこと言い出すのね。そういうこと、たまに言うとモテると思ってるでしょ。
まさかまさか、そんなつもりで言ったんじゃありません。どうやらお一人になりたいようだ。俺は船長のところへ行っていますぜ。どうぞごゆっくり。
A apparently decided I was in a bad mood, although I didn't feel that way myself. Or he might have finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to cool the rays of the sun. A disappeared. Only I remained.
自己満足こそが人生か。
I'm gonna complete an autogram line. Okay.
そんなのつまらないです。人生はどこまでも強欲でなくっちゃ。
I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her abundant hair fluttering over by the prow of the ship.
強欲な人生は確かに楽しい。
So she's just around now? Okay.
でも、あなたと違って人間には寿命が。
I don't care about explaining this because this isn't happening in the timeline I am in, technically.
人は死ぬ
This is a
最後の
separate timeline.
欲があることになる。欲があるということはつまり欲しいという。
But not at the same time, it's in the future
満たされていない。
of the time.
自分が満た
Time
されてい
is
ると思
confusing.
えないまま死ぬのはきっと辛いことよ。だからきっと自己満足って必要なんだわ。
なるほど。寿命ある存在にはそういう妥協点も必要ってことですか。私たちの主はやたらと寿命の長いお方ばかりだったんで考えたこともなかったです。
人間ってのは満たされるために生きてるのかしら。だとしたら無欲が一番人生に優しいことになるわ。なるほど。7つの大罪の一つが強欲になるのも納得ね。
お褒めに預かり光栄です。
Apparently that counted as a compliment in Mammon's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful bow.
エンジ様、人間は死の瞬間に満足であるために生きてるんですか？
死の瞬間に何かが。
Why are we being so, like, philosophical right now?
だとしたら人間は満足な死を迎えるためだけに生きてるわけですね。より良い死のために生きてる。死ぬために。
What is this? Like, a samurai? What? This kid's saying something pretty incredible. I see, as I'd expect from a demon steak. I wouldn't expect anything from a demon steak except them killing people. However, it might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't satisfied and live only to find satisfaction. In other words, that might be the same as a desire to die satisfied.
言い返せないわ。人は満たされるために生きてる。そして満たされたまま死にたいと願ってる。だからその満たされ方がわからないのはとても辛いことだわ。
どうやれば満たされるんです？人間の人生は。
認めてもらうことよ。
And screw it. At the end of the stream, I'm gonna tell you guys my Sean seal of approvals and just the Sean seal of
そう
approvals,
よ。そこなのよ。誰に認めてもらえばいいのか。
or maybe
わ
not.
からないのよ。
You know what? No, we'll wait. We'll wait. We'll
その
wait.
認
We'll
め
wait.
てくれる人を探すのが。
We can wait on that. We can wait on that. That can be a wait.
へえ。
It may never happen. That'll be a promise that never
認
happens.
めてもらう。
If this video gets 100 million likes, I'll tell you my list.
にもかかわらず、認められれば満たされ、認められないから満たされない。まるで青い鳥だわ。カゴの中にもう青い鳥はいるのに、それに気づけないから、どこまでも探しに旅立たなければならない。
I guess the list is the new bit since Amaranth is busy going through some shit.
人間の人生ってバカですね。
そうね。天草は本当にいいことを言ったわ。我ただ樽を知るか。何のことわざか知らないけど、味わい深いわ。つまるところ、誰かに認めてもらわなければ満ち足りないとは、すなわち、自らを認められない。
All I care about is acknowledging my tribal chief.
まず、自分を自分で認めることだったのよ。
そりゃそうです。自分が満ち足りてるって自覚できるなら誰にも認めてもらう必要なんかないですから。その小さなことに気づくだけで人間のくだらない人生の旅は。
They're really shitting on the tribal chief right now.
残った時間を有意義に遊んで過ごせます。人間の人生ってバカバカしい。
Mammon's choice of words was bad, but was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey with the hopes that someone will acknowledge them. I'm gonna ask you right now, stop insulting my tribal chief, the head of the table, so that they can achieve a satisfied death. Then when they realize that the person doing the acknowledging isn't someone else, but they themselves, that pointless journey can end. Humans who have ended that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their heads held high. How noble, how praiseworthy would that be?
天草ってさ、親とはかなり 仲が悪いらしいのよ。そりゃそうよね。まっとうな親なら足を洗わせたいと願うような商売だもの。
別にいいんじゃない？本人が楽しいなら。
まったくよね。結局はそういうことなのよ。他人が観測した自分の評価なんかどうでもいいこと。自分の存在を自分自身がしっかり認められたならそれで十分なのよ。自分に自信を持って生きられるならどんな生活だって受け入れて納得できるに違いない。天草はきっといつか戦場で流れ弾を食らって大怪我をするでしょうよ。あるいは死ぬことさえあるかもしれない。でも天草はそれを理不尽とは思わないと思う。それも人生と。あいつはケラケラ笑ってるような気がするの。
いい生き様じゃない。惚れるわ。
自分で自分を認められない哀れな人間は生涯それを求めてさまよい、何も受け入れられず不平不満だけを口にし満たされないまま死んでいく。哀れだわ。何の目的もない。
Can we stop talking about me?
連中に比べたらやがてのたれ死にするかもしれないけれど、自分の人生に胸を張っている天草の方がよっぽど高潔なのよ。
人生悟ったものの勝ちってことじゃない？少しでも早く悟れればその分有効に残りの人生が過ごせてお得よね。
With Mammon's words, I finally accepted a certain fact. In the past, I've called that girl unusual, a little strange. However, that wasn't true. All she did was keep her head held high and finish that journey faster than anyone else.
だからマリアお姉ちゃんはすごかったのかもしれない。彼女は小学校低学年になるかならないかという年齢のうちにそれに至ったのよ。
For people like us, looking at her life from the outside, it wasn't something we'd call blessed. But even though days like that were engraved in her diary, they always finished up by saying that it was a happy day. Even though the part of her mother that didn't love her daughter came and went, she believed that her mother loved her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others might observe her as an unsatisfied, pitiful girl, but she herself acknowledged that she was satisfied, and so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her, that was an outsider's opinion, so it didn't matter. Whether or not it was happy for her was the only important thing. It's just like how when people who live in the city point to the lifestyles of those in rural areas, and mourn their inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really none of their business. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough.
私、ようやく気づいたわ。今気づいた。マリアお姉ちゃんにひどいことをしたのよ。あの日に、あなたたちにも、作太郎にも。魔法があるかないか、それを決めるのは他人じゃないわ。自分よ。マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法があるかないかは、マリアお姉ちゃんが決めるべき問題で。
That doesn't work for furniture, though.
なのに、私は幼いあの日、口にしてしまった。魔法なんてあるわけないって。彼女を傷つけてしまった。
The fact that magic doesn't exist in my eyes matters in my world, but denying it even in Onie-chan's world for that reason was totally misguided.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルは、マリアお姉ちゃんの作った魔女同盟。私はそれに誘われて、一緒に魔女になろうと言われたの。新しい面白い遊びだと思って、私はしばらくの間、それに付き合ったわ。でも、幼さゆえの残酷さ、途中で飽きてしまった。そして、鋭利な言葉で、彼女の
Which time? Because you did it twice.
あの時、大喧嘩をしたはず。私はすぐに忘れてしまったけれど、彼女には忘れられないものだった。なぜなら、彼女にとって魔法は
So wait, you're saying magic doesn't exist, but you're busy talking to a fucking demon steak.
マリアお姉ちゃんにとって魔法は世界を幸福に解釈できる。いえ、すべてを幸福にできる。
The fuck is wrong with you at this point? Her schizophrenia is appearing again. She didn't take her pills.
その気持ちを幼い私が引き裂いた。だから彼女は誰とも魔法は分かり合えないと殻の中に閉じこもってしまったのよ。
だとしたらマリア卿もやはり人生の旅は終わってないわけね。自分に納得できてるなら園児様に否定されたくらいでへこむ必要なんてないわけだし。
お姉ちゃんは幼かった。天草みたいな達観にはまだ至ってなかったのよ。はあ、だからこそわかるわ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルという魔女同盟がなぜ必要なのか。
An alliance where each acknowledges that the other is a witch.
そうよ。それが確かマリアージュ・ソルシエルの取り決めの第一条だった気がする。
So why did I have to read it? Why couldn't you just say it?
同盟の魔女は互いを魔女と認め尊敬し合うことって、それこそが魔女同盟の一番の、そして唯一の意味なのよ。
They share with me the secret laws to make the world happy called magic, but I was young, and she was too. I heard her with innocent cruelty.
私はあの日に言ったわ、暴言を。あなたたちやサクタロに存在するわけがないって。
失礼しちゃうわ。私たちは私たちが存在するって自らを認めてる。魂が寝ぼけてる人間どもとはわけが違うのよ。我を思うゆえに我あり。魔法を認めようと否定しようと、私たち煉獄の七姉妹。
It's not. Where are they right now in my world? Answer that question.
私たちが自らをそう認めている限り。
それを他者である私が否定するのは。
I swear to you right now, if all of a sudden I just heard and I all of a sudden I look, I'm like, oh, there's a snake in me. Ah. I don't know what I was saying. Even after being slain by all those words, Maria Onechan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. I feel like the bit was going one way, and then it went a different way, and then I just crashed the car into a fucking tree and died. That's what happened with that bit. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned that her mother's work wasn't really the cause, magic allowed her to continue believing. And by believing that her mother loved her, by acknowledging herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, establishing it completely.
12年前に何があったのか、私の家族がどうなったのか。
They're fucking dead.
それを探る旅じゃなかったのよ、これは。
なら、この旅は何なの？
マリアお姉ちゃんに。
Then what are we doing here? We can apologize to her at her grave. I guarantee you they have a grave somewhere.
わからないけど、そう思うの。あの日、彼女を傷つけなければ、12年前の事件は起こらなかったんじゃないかって、そう思うの。
I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting One-chan could be connected with that mysterious incident several years later. But for some reason I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of the Mariage Sorcerer alliance of witches. I horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I hurt her with the thought that magic doesn't exist. So several years later, a crime caused by a witch occurred, and a 2-day period that couldn't be explained with anything but magic was thrust in my face thanks to the message bottle.
私は無関係じゃないのよ。わからない。偶然かもしれないし、運命かもしれない。なぜか、この旅で私はそう思うようになったわ。
根拠は？
ないわ。勝手にそう思ってるだけ。
日本人って面白いわね。被害者であっても自分に非があったように感じて 勝手に謝り出す。家族を奪ったベアトリーチ様憎しって言うなら理解もできるけど、勝手に火を感じて謝りたくなってくるなんて本当に変わってるわ。
もちろんベアトリーチェは憎いわよ。その気持ちがなければこの旅は続かないわ。でも
I can't wait until I do something stupid like try and super kick something and fuck myself up on stream. I know that has nothing to do with what's going on right now, but I wanted to say that. A flash of light just appeared outside. I think it's about to rain. It scared the shit out of me, though. I stood up, not minding that the sea breeze scattered my hair and concentrated my mind. I lifted my palm up to the height of my head and imagined a vast space. I will say this, I did get scared earlier, for reasons that I will go into right now. I've had ghost experiences, but not normal ghost experiences. And there's one that I can't explain. Multiple that I can't explain, but they all revolve around one thing. I'll tell you all of the ghost experiences, but the last ones are going to be the ones I can't explain. So we all know the stupid gun flying somewhere. I got slapped in the hand down here. I've mentioned that before. The whole radio, I'm pretty sure, up where it was turned up, I've mentioned that. But I don't know, I cannot remember if I've mentioned me seeing the black cat. So if I did, I want to know if I did or not. If I mentioned me and the sightings of this black cat that I've seen many times in my life. I have not. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a story. All right, so this goes back to when I was like 5 or 6. So this all takes place. There's 5 instances of this. 5. From when I was 6 to now. And the only reason why I bring it up is something I'll get into later. So first instance, and 3 of them have happened in this house that I'm in. First instance, I'm upstairs playing with toys. My parents are like, oh, we're going to go to bed. Make sure you go to bed in like a few minutes. Because they knew, I was tired. They knew I would go to bed. So they're like, hey, we're going to start like getting ready for bed. Make sure you go to bed. It's like, all right. Look, I see, because we had a black cat at the time. This is why it didn't really, get me when I first saw it. I see it go around their little end table that we have next to our couch. I only see the back half of it, go across. So I get up, I walk over like, hey, I'm gonna go like pet the cat. Look, there is no fucking cat in that room. There is not a single cat in that room. I immediately went to bed. I was like, I'm not dealing with this. Nope, I am not. That was the first instance. The second instance was in a different house. I can't remember the age. But I was outside. I went to go play outside because I was tired of sitting inside all day. I look out. The first time was at night. Second time was during the day. I look out in the yard, and we had a few birch trees, or like oak trees. I don't know. They were trees. And I see like the size of like a big cat and the back half of it go behind a tree, but the front half doesn't appear. It's only the back half of it going behind the tree. I immediately ran over there, looked, there was nothing fucking over there by that tree. I immediately went back inside. Because here's the thing. Both of these times, I have felt fear when I saw it. When I went and saw, the first time I felt fear, I went to bed. The second time I felt fear, I went back inside. So my brain immediately established if I see a black cat that I know isn't there, you are scared to ever living shit. Third time happens. This time, I'm like 15, 16. I'm back in the house I'm in now. I'm in the basement that I'm in now. I look out the window that's above my TV. I see a black cat. No eyes. I cannot see any, like, color of the eye. Because you know how cats' eyes, like, shine? I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it at all. It walks just across the window. And I was like, I'm not going outside at nighttime to see if this cat was real. I'm going upstairs and I'm going to bed. More fear happened. The fourth time happened while I was at work, when I was working. I'm standing there in the back, talking to somebody. Earlier in the day, I was talking to people about the cat thing. I walk down a hallway. I take a look to my right. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the fucking black cat with no eyes walking towards me. And I got scared again immediately. And the only reason why I bring this up is because I saw it again today. I'm down here in this basement. I look out the same window. What do I see but a cat walk up, turn, look into the window. No eyes. I cannot see any facial features on this son of a bitch at all. I get up to walk up, look at the window. This thing's looking in a different direction. As soon as I get up, it's just staring at me. Deadpan. You don't understand. Cats do not stare at you normally. They do not stare in your eyes. This thing was staring at me. I walk a little bit further, it runs away. You're lucky that I'm even down here right now. That's 5 fucking times I've seen this cat, and every single time I got scared. And that's the story. That is the black cat story. And it freaks me out. It freaks me out talking about it, and I hate talking about it. And the worst part is it never happens when other people are around. If other people are around, I will never see this thing. It's only when nobody is, like, around me. At all. But anyway, I keep on trying to hit space, but I'm inadvertently hitting the keyboard. Like, not even those. Okay. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done talking about this fucking cat thing. You remember the witch person I was talking about? That friend asked his mom witch person, you know, why is my friend seeing this? They said, oh, that's a resemblance of good luck. Sure, when I have all this bad luck that I seem to have, that's good luck. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hand. Then, Sakutaro's form was revived. Now, hold up just a fucking second. Now, I know you were called the Witch of Resurrection, but you can't just resurrect them when it said nobody could. It truly did bring back memories, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red muffler. It came off easily, so Onechan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she? Now, what the fuck? Now Sakutaro exists here? Maria Onechan's precious friend, very simple, warm, and kind. His speech quirk is Uryu. I remember Maria Onechan used to say it a lot too, which is telling you that he's fake. He's gonna start fucking crying. With a sleepy face as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakutaro looked all around him as he spoke.
とこれが初めてだわ。そして今や私にしか呼び出せない。
ウリュウ。
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakataru's face clouded over.
かつての私はあなたを否定した。その私があなたを呼び出したということは、あなたの存在を私が認めたということ。
いいの？僕はエンジの世界に呼び出されてもいいの？
His eyes were a bit frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the magic-resisting toxin. It was only natural that he was scared.
謝るわ。
Probably not as scared as I am when I see that fucking cat.
あの日のこと、マモンにも、そしてみんなにも。
Granted, I will say the fifth time, at some point, the rest of the seven sisters had gathered on the deck. No, they're always there. I will say this, that fifth time that I saw that cat, probably just a normal stray cat outside. It just, you know, with me seeing it 4 other times, I was a little scared. But that was the most I've actually seen it, because usually it just walks away. Usually I see it for like a few seconds and it's gone. That one I saw it walk up, look, and then walk away. And until I confirm that that cat never even walked up, we won't know. So I'm just going to assume that was a normal cat, because I didn't really feel fear when I saw it. I thought it was a normal cat. Always by my side. As long as I acknowledge that it's okay for them to be there, they'll always appear.
あなたたちは確かに存在するわ。ルシファーも、レビアタンも、サタンも、ベルフェゴールも、マモンも、ベルゼブブも、アスモデウスも、そしてサクタロウも。
よろしいのですか？エンジェ様はベアトリーチェ様に挑もうというお方、魔女を否定される立場にあられるお方が我らを認めてもよろしいのですか？
Well, you aren't a witch.
魔法が存在するかどうかは悪いけど保留させてもらうわ。私自身が魔法の存在を認めたわけじゃない。
なのに我らを認めるという矛盾はどういうことです？
魔法は
Well, really, demons and magic aren't the same thing, so...
私が信じなくても誰かが信じたならその人の世界には魔法が存在するわ。それは私が魔法を信じたって信じなくたって
So what you're telling me is it doesn't fucking matter what I believe.
受けてはいけないのよ。その誰かは胸を張って自らの魔法を信じればいいのよ。そして私はそれを認める。だからあなたたちが存在しても全然おかしくはないのよ。
なかなかの詭弁ですわ。面白い解釈かと。
エンジェ様のそれは悪魔の証明そのものでしょう。
悪魔の証明？
だって悪魔の存在を証明するには悪魔を連れてくればいいけれど、悪魔の存在を否定することだけは不可能だから。そして私たちはここにいる。つまりそれはエンジェ様が魔法を信じようと信じまいと私たちの存在は揺るがないということ。無流？エンジから半魔法の毒が消えていく。
The toxin is gone!
魔法を否定する立場なのにどうして？
それは多分尊重し認めるという心を知ったからだわ。今の私になら
What, from Mr. A over there, your bodyguard going, you know what, you need to just believe in yourself.
理解できるかもしれない。
In the past, I didn't believe in things like magic. Thinking something like that couldn't exist, I acted like I was closing my eyes tightly and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature.
惜しいわ。この現代にこれだけ半魔法の毒素の抜けた人間なんて本当に稀よ。魔女に向いた稀有な才能なのに。そうね。今のエンジェ様が魔女を目指してくださったなら、ベアトリーチェ様に及ぶかもしれない大魔女に成長されたかもしれないのに。
それでも我らの存在を認めてくださった我らの主である。おそらくエンジェ様が我らの最後の主となるだろう。 最後の奉公と思い尽力しようではないか。
なのにエンジ様自身がまだ魔法を信じてくれないのがな。
Okay, then you can go. You can leave.
エンジ様
You too. Get the fuck out of here.
せっかくのある
If you're not gonna serve Ange to the fullest, get the fuck out. Pack your
最高
bags.
の魔女になれる逸材なのに、その目的が魔女を撃つことだなんて惜しいです。まあそれもエンジ様の人生で生き方でそうと決めた世界ならば、それは私たちにとやかく口出しできることではないわけですが。
私を理解してくれてありがとう。そうね、魔法が私にとって存在するかどうか、それは私が決めることだわ。世界のどこかに魔法が実在したとしてもしなかったとしてもね。
When I think about it, this world is so vast and yet so small. Billions of people live on the Earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. Even so, I will speak of a world, my world, which doesn't know even 1% of the world.
私が知らない世界の法則を私に否
あ
定する資格なんてない。
This is such a roundabout way to say, hey, magic does exist, but it doesn't exist. Fuck off. Give me a definitive answer.
私の世界に魔法が存在しないからといって、私の知らない
See what I mean? This is the fucking roundabout. This is the fucking roundabout way to make everybody go, so I was right!
悪魔の証明というわけだわ。いえ、業に入りては業に従えというべきかしら。
I can be confident in the world I know. So even if that's denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about my world, that's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, I've got no right to deny a world I don't know, just because I don't know about it.
だから、
Therefore,
私は自分の世界に魔法があるかないかを問わずに、マリアお姉ちゃんが教えてくれた魔法を否定することなんてできやしない。
無理だって見たことがなくても魔法は存在するんだもん。
ええ、だからすでに言っている通り、魔女同盟、マリアージュ・ソルシエルの友人であるあなたたちの存在もまた、私にも、そして誰にも否定することなんてできないわけ。
I proclaim that even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both Sakutaro and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory reflected upon my words. And probably I did too. Does magic exist? Do witches exist? No and no. While ignoring what the answer would be for my own world, I acknowledged their existence. That contradiction was what I'd proclaimed so boldly.
エンジェ、
そこまでお認めになったなら魔女もお認めになって。いえ、愚問でした。その問いに対する答えをすでにエンジェ様は明確にお持ちだ。
ごめんね。魔女がこの世界のどこかにいるかもしれないことを私は認めるけれど、でも私の世界は揺るがない。
魔女も魔法も認めない六軒島の真実は必ず暴いてみせるでしょ。
ええ、それが私の世界よ。仮に本当に魔女が存在したとしても、私の世界では認めないわ。当の魔女にどれだけ言い寄られたとしてもね。
エンジェ様のお立場は魔女を撃つこと、そしてそのお気持ちにいささかの揺らぎもないこと、よくわかりました。我らはエンジェ様の家具、煉獄の七姉妹、いつでもおそばにお役に立てる日が来るのをいつまでもお待ち申し上げております。
エンジェ様が魔法を信じてくれない以上、話し相手くらいにしかなれないけれど、
今は十分よ。私たちに存在できる余地を残してくださった。それだけで私たちはエンジェ様に感謝し認めるべきだわ。
つまり私たちはまたみんなといられるんだね。うりゅー、サク太郎、もふもふさせ。
I was about to say, yeah, you guys didn't just fucking smother him yet. When Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the seven sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-missed reunion. If their existence is permitted, they're definitely capable of existing here. No, even if I don't permit it, they can exist. Because I acknowledge them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected over what this journey of mine meant.
これでみんなには許してもらえたかしら。
十分ですよ。私たちは家具呼び出してもらえるだけで、おそばにいることを許されるだけで嬉しいのですから。ウリュウ、エンジェ、本当にありがとう。
そういえば、どうして私には作太郎が呼び出せたのかしら。いいえ、逆ね。どうしてお姉ちゃんには作太郎が呼び出せなかったのかしら。
Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakutaro had died, which meant that she had been unable to summon him like this anymore. In the past, One-chan said it was more disadvantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words, even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. No, when you put it like that, it's even a little doubtful whether summoned things can be limited by life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro should have been an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart, but why did he die and become impossible to summon again?
それはマリアがあの時僕のぬいぐるみが破れたのを見て、僕が死んでしまったと決めてしまったから。魔法の存在と同じなんです。マリア教の世界で作太郎が死んでしまったことになったの。
This is fucking dumb. This is a dumb thing.
作太郎は存在できない。ウリュウ。
The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakutaro had died. So even if Sakutaro can exist like this to me, he cannot exist before her.
僕はいつもマリアと一緒にいたんだよ。
So this is what? Okay.
泣いてるマリアのすぐ近くで泣かないでってずっと言ってたんだよ。でもマリアには僕の姿も声も何も届かなくて。
Sakutaro hung his head, looking sad.
シエルはあの事件の後、急に性格を変えていくの。それまでの同盟は和やかなものだった。でも事件後は憎い誰かをいかにして呪うかという物騒なものばかり。お姉ちゃんの日記はあからさまに様変わりしていくの。
A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it bidé. It probably showed the personality called Maria die, and be reborn as the evil witch personality Maria. When she buried that diary in hatred and sadness, her heart surely wasn't satisfied. Because it wasn't satisfied, she had to bury it with hatred and sadness. And while she's still unsatisfied, she met with death. I wonder if her unsatisfied soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now, and continually wanders, dripping tears down and calling Sakutaro's name.
あなたがお姉ちゃんには必要なのよ。
ウリュウ。
どうしたらあなたをマリアお姉ちゃんの世界で蘇らせられるの？その方法が分かれば、私はお姉ちゃんを救うことができる。それが私に課せられた贖罪の方法なのよ。どうすれば作太郎は蘇るの？
マリアにとって僕のよりしろは特に重要な意味を持ってたから。
よりしろ、つまりライオンのぬいぐるみを蘇らせることができれば。
でも僕のぬいぐるみはローザママの手作りだから、ローザママにしか作れない。
Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice and was refused for that reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then if we can make the same thing once more. But Aunt Rosa's already gone from this world. We can't make the same thing again.
同じぬいぐるみをもう一つ作ってあったとか、そういうことはないの？
彼はマリア教の誕生日プレゼントのために作られた世界でたった一つのぬいぐるみ。手作りでたった一つのよりしろなんです。だから大きな魔力を秘めているんです。そして失われたらもう二度と手に入らない、蘇らない。ウリュウ。
Because she knew that, Maria Onechan watched that stuffed animal, which was unique in that world, get torn apart and despaired. Because it was the only one of its kind in the world, and she couldn't permit a compromise such as buying another one. She had despaired from the bottom of her heart.
でも作太郎はここにいるわ。よりしろなんかなくてもここにいる。私がそれを認めているから、私の世界では確かに存在する。マリアお姉ちゃんが認めなくてもそれは否定できない。そうよね。
理屈ではそうですが、同じ理屈でマリア教にそれを認めさせることもまた困難かと思います。マリア、僕は死んでないよ。ここにいるのに。ウリュウ。
きっと六軒島で。
Can't you just summon
マ
Maria?
リアお姉ちゃんに私は
You did that in the fucking hotel room.
そして私は何が何でもお姉ちゃんの中のあなたを蘇らせて再会させるわ。
できるの？
難しいでしょうね。魔女同盟に誘われた私が意味を理解できず拒絶してしまったのと同じように、彼女もまたあなたの存在を拒絶するかもしれない。でもやるしかないわ。それが私にできる唯一の罪滅ぼしなのよ。
エンジ様。
六軒島で何が待つのか、そして何が起こるのか、何ができるのか、あるいは何も起こらないのかもしれないけれど、すべての始まりであるあの島こそがこの旅の終着点なのよ。私はあなたたちを連れて魔女の家具であるあなたたちの主として魔女の島へ、六軒島へ帰らなければならない。
Yeah, we're going back to the island! Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang down. The spray that hit my cheek might not all have come from crashing waves. Typhoon! Oh, shit. It's happening again. A called out to me with an expression that said, "Oh, you're still here?" When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even though the rain was light enough not to be a pain, having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I'm approaching the Rockinjima of that day, and not just in distance. I went back down with Amakusa. Amsa. I don't know. Fuck it. He was carrying what looked like a really large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back with him on a day when we'd split up. I didn't inquire as to its contents, but it was hard to imagine that they were anything peaceful.
中身はあえて聞かないけど重そうね。
どうしてこいつらは重くてかなわないのか。フランス人の教官が面白いことを教えてくれました。
It's a fucking gun.
何でもこいつらは重くあるべきだそうなんです。何しろ人の命は地球より重いんですから。こいつらはもっと重くて。
It's a human?
使う機会がないといいわね。
ないといいですね。
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? A set the golf bag like luggage down beside him. That's a helicopter. No, that's a plane. A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. Considering the weather, it couldn't have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to weather. Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumidare Kasumi entered the lobby with 2 black suits as guard. The 4 black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectively lowered their heads in salute.
プロペラ機ってのは揺れるわね。二度と乗りたくないわ。
お車を用意しております。どうぞこちらへ。
They got into 2 luxury cars that had been rented.
エンジは六軒島へ向かうはずよ。無人島とは実に都合がいいわね。お道具は用意できてるんでしょうね。
The black suit in the passenger seat put a heavy bag that had been set by his feet onto his lap. Opened the catch with a click and showed Kasumi what was inside. Inside were several silver lumps of carefully wrapped aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. A black blunt automatic pistol peeked its face out. Now they have guns. So! Oh, now the clock shows back the fuck up? The first day, October 4. Why are we back here? This fucking episode's all over the place. You know what? I say this is a good place to end it. Just finished the chapter. 10 minutes. I don't feel like streaming for 10 more minutes. So I'm gonna be out, people. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to click that. I right-clicked and it immediately went to a different fucking scene. I've been your host, Sean Tyler. Umineko is going nuts. After the next stream, the October 30th stream, I am taking a week off. So there's not going to be a stream the first Sunday of November because I need to make videos. I need to make a video. Not videos, but technically videos. Anyway, this is Sean Tyler. Follow all my social medias, wherever platform you're watching this on. It should be down in the description. Follow me on Twitch, subscribe to me on YouTube, all that usual shit. And with that, all I gotta say is stay golden, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I am out because I changed the Pony Boys because I'm not an MLP mark. Stay golden, people of the YouTube Twitch intro. I am out.